Do you wake up like that? Do you wake up like that? These aren't questions that your best friend asks you. These are questions that the public will ask. Why? Because I do wake up like that. We do wake up like that. Solving problems. If you go to bed knowing that when you go to sleep, your problems are going to be solved if you let your brain rest. Are we letting our brain rest? I think we are. Did our brain solve the problem of, hey, Larry, Victoria, she's got a secret. Victoria's got a secret, and I kind of want to know, but I also am scared because I saw your video, Larry. I saw your video. I saw it. It was two girls, one cup. Of knowledge. Do you wake up like that? Is asking a question that is pretty good, which is, can you go from zero to hero? Can you go from completely asleep to wide awake? Can you go from weekend to weekday? Can you go from a holiday mindset of, I don't ever want to go back to work, to the thought of, what if when we were at work, we're working, but when we are on vacation, we're having a good time? This is how most people mess up. This is what they don't teach you in school, which is when you're at work, you're like, oh, what am I going to do this weekend? I hate it here at work. Whereas Kath has jumped in to say hi. What's up? Good morning. I like your vibe. So when we're at work, this is a problem. When we're at work, we say, oh my God, wouldn't it be great if I could go on break? But sometimes when we're not at work, AKA in our bed, and we start thinking through these thoughts of, oh my God, I need to do all these things at work. You see, here's the juxtaposition problem is when you're dating Larry Chang, you're like, man, why are these other women hitting on my boyfriend? But when you're not dating Larry Chang, you're like, man, why can't I just be sleeping next to him? So you're damned if you do date me, you're damned if you don't date me. You're damned if you do think about work while you're in bed, and you're also damned if you don't. Thank you. You're also damned if you don't think about work when you're in bed. So now you've got this quandary. Now you've got this dilemma. Now you've got an issue that we're going to solve. What's that issue? It's that you've got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Because the name of this video is called, Do You Wake Up Like That? Which is getting into it, the body of this content, introducing myself. Hi, I'm Larry Chang. How are you? I collect things on what they don't teach you in school. This video is set up to be incredibly valuable. This is why. Because you're default asleep or default awake. Is this similar to default dead or default alive? It is. You see, when you've got 1 foot in and 1 foot not in, you're you're doing something very common sense, which is you're you're dabbling, you're half paying attention, you're half in. And I'm not saying go all the way in because we just want to play with just the tip of knowledge, just the tip of teasing you to run your brain better as you run your life better, as you run your YouTube algorithm slightly better. This is what I mean by default asleep or default awake. This is what I mean. There's this essay which is written by my mentor, PG. He goes by PG. His social handle is at Paul G. He wrote this essay called Default Alive or Default Dead. And it's a counterintuitive and insightful piece that identifies, hey, you have a small business, you have a startup. Is your startup by default alive? Because most companies, most, if not all corporations, are going to end up dead. That's the default setting. So how do you make it default alive? Well, one, you constantly update once a week. This is the state of my affairs. Two, you actively fight against the darkness, against the dying of the light. I'm not going to quote that poem, even though you kind of want me to. So what we're doing by this video is we're being default awake versus default asleep. The evidence is everywhere around us. For example, when social media eats your brain, you're default in a trance. This trance-like mode of thinking makes your brain and your heart go out of coherence. Heart-brain coherence. This is being default alive. This is a chemical that is not only below our chin, this chemical is also above our chin. Trance. Default dead because you're in a trance. This is chapter 8 of Joe Dispenza's book. This is also what they don't teach you in school is, Larry, hey, do you wake up like that? It's a training to get yourself out of a trance. It's a training to be default awake versus default asleep. Chemical. I'm not going to mention the D word, dopamine. I'm not going to mention that because that has been pounded on like shooting a live horse. Dopamine. But the chemical component of, hey Larry, do you wake up like that? It's indicative of how you run your brain. Do you do hard tasks in the morning? This is not easy because it's a monologue. This is not easy because it's putting my face on camera. This is not easy because by default, we don't wake up ready to do a video. It's via a habitual wrangling of our own brain. Larry, hey, name a video. Do you wake up like that? No, nobody wakes up wanting to do cardio, do skincare, and then do a monologue before they do work. Now, granted, today there is no work, but I'm treating it like, hey, do you wake up like that to go to work? Because this is how you know an entrepreneur is default awake. Do you wake up earlier for vacation days than you do work days? Default awake. Larry, do you wake up like that? I wake up earlier on vacation days. Why? Because I've got more work to do before my vacation day starts. This is both feet in. This is both feet in. When I'm talking about 2 feet going in, I'm talking about when you're on vacation, do you enjoy it or are you stressed that you're temporarily fun employed? If you are fun employed, comment the number 11 and I'll let you DJ my content from Do You Wake Up Like That? Ooh. Bullet point number 3. 2 was chemical. Training and discipline. There. If you want to be disciplined, you can train to be disciplined. 4. Morning routine, morning miracle, savers. So I'm at a Christmas party. We'll say that there were a lot of attractive women at this Christmas party. A blonde with big boobs decides to cold open me and say, "You look like your heart and brain are in coherence." I'm like, what? Am I going to have to take notes on this? Maybe I was taking notes before this. Maybe she wanted to teach me something. Hey, Larry, do you wake up like that? Which is brain coherence. We're at a party. I'm taking notes at a party. By taking notes at a party, what we're doing is, do you go to parties like that? Do you go to parties like that? Because buying people drinks at the party that's already open bar, that's not going to move the needle. That's not going to get your needle moved. That's not going to get your needle moved. What is using the environment around you. The environment around us was at this Christmas party, we're going to get a keynote speaker. A keynote speaker at a party? How does that work? This is how it works. You get everybody to go to the bar. You turn off the music. You turn off the music. And then you have a speaker start to speak named Hal Elrod. Who invites a speaker to speak? Well, guess what Hal Elrod started speaking about at this Christmas party? Guess what he started speaking about? He started talking about morning routines, savers, silence, affirmation, visualization, exercise, reading, scribing. Now, I know that seems impressive to you because I memorized what he talked about. But the memorization of, hey, Larry, do you just wake up like that? Being able to memorize things, this is what happens during sleep. This is not theoretical. This is what happens. When you sleep, your brain does memory compression. And by being default awake when you're alive and awake, or default asleep when you shut your brain down in order for it to rest, recover, and do memory compression, brain compression, let's wake up with a cup of green tea. Which is this. Which is this. Which is this. Silence, affirmation, visualization, exercise, reading, scribing. You see, at this Christmas party, people wanted to talk because people's brains are broken. At the heart of problems, the heart of applying knowledge, at the heart of finding a best friend forever, at the heart of all of it is the fact that people have a hard time separating the sleeping from the waking. This is going to sound like a drug commercial, which is no drugs. Hey, when you wake up, do you feel tired? Do you need coffee? Do you have crashes? When you're awake, do you feel like going back to sleep? If you do have any of these symptoms, you need to read a book that's free at the library called Limitless. Remember, the name of this video is Do You Wake Up Like That? Hal Elrod speaking at a Christmas party, who later spoke at biohacking, which is morning routine. That's how I came up with the name of this video, Do You Wake Up Like That? Because Victoria asks, hey, you look like you have good brain and heart coherence. I'm like, where did you get this genius stuff from? Tell me where I am on the scale. That leads back to Hal Elrod, leading back to Dave Asprey with the conference Biohacking that Joe Dispenza spoke at, because I followed up with the blonde who taught me this. Let's call her Victoria because that was her name. Joe Dispenza, hey Victoria, where did you get this genius stuff from? Screenshot photograph of 4 books. Breaking the Habit of Being You, Becoming Supernatural, Evolve Your Brain. By having these books in a tidal wave of awesome sauce, now we can determine, hey, do you really wake up like that? Do you really wake up like that? Because bullet point number 5 is habits. 99 days of sunrise videos. The most beneficial thing that's ever going to happen anywhere on YouTube is this nugget that you just dipped in for. Good job dipping in. This is not AI. This is live time. You're well timed, which is solving problems that we hear about and then getting credit for the problem that we solved. This is 99 days of sunrise videos. Well, today's actually day 52, but this is what I'm talking about. Problem, the 12 days of OpenAI. That's a problem because my Jewish compatriot came up with a Christmas themed event. It did not go well. I solved that problem with the 23 days of OpenAI at SXSW. Why? Because 12 days of Christmas was not that big of a problem. 12 days of OpenAI, massive problem. Bullet point number 5, habits. By doing the shortest of YouTube lives each morning for 99 days. That's the 99 days of sunrise videos, butt crack early in the morning, habits. In theorem, being able to do one new habit before the new year starts for 21 days, you've locked in that new habit. This is bullet point number 5 inside my video called, Hey Larry, Do you wake up like that? Which is BJ Fogg, small habit, small habit, small habit, huge. Ditto James book, ditto James book, James Clear, Atomic Habits. You see, what we're doing with small habits becoming real, what we're doing with small habits becoming real a good thing. That it's a good thing because we're now default awake, not default asleep. Number 6. Also from biohacking. Number 6, chapter 2, treasure management, breathing, hydration, breathing, and Nadi Shodhana breathing. Okay, so I'm not selling you on a $3,000 workshop because that's Victoria's secret. Her secret is you don't have to pay in advance. You can get the 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge before you spend the $2,997 at Shelby Sap. You can get the ROI for before. That's Victoria's secret, which is biohacking subchapter James Nestor breathe. Hey Larry, do you wake up like that? It's our brain exploding in the morning because our brain was able to rest and recoup from last night. Yes, I enjoy your text messages. It's sort of funny on a live stream, but what would be more funny is to save your boob selfies. We're talking about 99 days of sunrise videos. Inside the universe of biohacking, James Nestor, Joe Dispenza, Hal Elrod. These are all speakers that spoke at biohacking. These are all speakers that spoke at biohacking. I see my hecklefish. I don't see the biohacking, which is using memory, Mushi, May 27 to May 30th, save $3,000 by getting the value before you even go. This is Victoria's secret. This is her secret. Can't cancel her fashion show. This is the universe, which is, hey Larry, do you wake up like that? Just quoting James Nestor, Joe Dispenza, and Hal Elrod. No. Well, yes. But you can too. Why? Because page 42 of one book gets you your ROI for the $3,000 show, which is the show of biohacking called Beyond, the show of Victoria's Secret. She's got a not so secret fashion show. How do you pay for it? One page of a book barely mentioned at biohacking. You see, page 42 is Nadi Shodhana breathing, and Victoria's Secret has a slew of models. All these models are really into skincare and looks maxing. Why? Because that's just the nature of the supermodel industry. Cheers. What we just did there was page 344, biohacking Jim Quick. Did Jim Quick speak at Dave Asprey's biohacking conference? He did. His content is called Limitless. Page 344 is green tea. Oh my God, stop blowing up my phone. Setting my phone on silent during a live stream. Hey, are you a cowboy? How many horses do you own? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Because page 344, page 442, Larry, do you wake up like that? Do you wake up like that? Because we're about to explain Victoria's Secret. Victoria, she has a secret. And I'm not talking about two girls, one cup. This is how long you have to hold that thought. This is how long. You asked me where my horse is. I'm showing you a unicorn right there. Well, for Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club, it's right there. Here's my horse. You see, I'm going to catch everybody up if you're temporarily confused. Which is, this is green tea. This is green tea. These are all Victoria's Secrets because someone might be asking me, hey Larry, do you just wake up like that? Think of it as morning wood, chemicalized, productized, visualized, while being safe for work. Good morning, Miami. It's almost 9:30. Because we're still on bullet point number 5. This is not right on cue. Right on cue. She just said, good morning, Larry. While before you said, I'm not sure anyone's asking you. Oh, they're asking. You can throw your gay shade harder. Throw gay shade harder. This is what I'm talking about. This is us managing. This is us managing, which is this. Page 344. Page 344 is self-funding you and a $3,000 trip. Self-funding. Why does the green tea self-fund? Because page 42 of James Nestor's book also self-funds. Larry, I'm so confused right now. What are these two page numbers? You see, I'm not going to say read the whole book and then get $275,000 because the core of my channel is, hey, Larry, what don't they teach you at Stanford? What they don't teach you is, did you not read the book? Because the situation that we're in right now is that nobody read the book. So what you're saying, Larry, is if I read this book, I automatically make $275,000? Pretty much, but people got intimidated. That's why I boiled it down, chemical engineering pun intended. I boiled it down to, let's read 2 pages and go to vacation for free. AI, American intelligence. Larry, do you just wake up like that? Well, I'm only 2/9 of the way through bullet point number 6, which is chapter 2, treasure management, breath, hydration, breathing, page 42. I did a 19-minute video on Nadi Shodhana breathing, which is page 42. If you can't make $5,000, you're an idiot. If you can't make at least your expenses for a bus ride to Miami for New Year's Eve, you're not even watching this video. Because you see, page 42, it solves a technological problem, which is CPAP. Remember, bullet point number 6 is breath, hydration, breathing, page 42. You own a CPAP, which you paid thousands of dollars for. You went to a doctor for thousands of dollars for, and then you never use it. Hey, Larry, do you wake up like that? Hey, Larry, do you wake up like that? Do you wake up like that? Because you might be asking really good questions, like in Jim Kwik's book, Limitless, page 62, page 64, page 67. Hut, hut, hike. So the way that you're throwing homo Hail Marys is by negging. This is what hot girls don't do. Hot girls realize that throwing honey on Larry Chang makes Larry Chang happy with compliments. Figurative honey, literal honey. Let's make a blueberry pie via you paying for your vacation to Miami while you pay for my expenses, so that way I can meet my financial goal of spending $0 to date heterosexually in an incredibly competitive dating environment. Let's bring my horse in, who's currently upside down. Let's bring him in. Let's bring him in. My phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking my brain. Yeah. So that's a good question, but that's kind of not for you. This is for people who can take notes. This is kind of just for hot girls that have blonde hair with giant boobs that also want to pay for my vacation, but everybody can benefit. I just realize that the people who are going to benefit are the attractive people who are already hot, typically already have big boobs, or a really good degree from a school, and you're like, oh my God, everything they said about Larry Chang is true over on Quora. Why is Larry Chang so strange? Do you just wake up like that? Did you write some of that negative stuff? Because some of that stuff is gold, solid gold. Quora, why is Larry Chang so strange? This is not strangeness. This is bullet point number 6 still, which is hydration, breathing, breath, page 42, link to page 344. You see, people don't want to. Do you like this new furniture? I don't care. You see, Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge is a breakout franchise if you don't make $575,000 from day 51 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. You're retarded. Why is Two Girls, One Cup amazing? Because here's a problem that you can benefit from. I'm telling you what this problem is. I'm going to leave the horse. This point doesn't need a prop. This point is amazing because you're going to need one of these for $800. This is the problem. Jim Quick, James Nestor, and Larry Chang aren't going to co-author a book with you, okay? We're not going to co-author a book with you. Why are you telling me that I'm mentally challenged? This is some of the most genius stuff you've ever heard. There's an avalanche of evidence to the contrary. Here's the problem. James Nestor, my friend, Jim Quick, a guy I'm a fan of who's currently scared of me. Larry Chang, that's me. You. It's a 4-person co-authorship. We're not hiring a ghost author, okay? No, that's not my dog underneath my desk. Here's the problem, is that those 4 people aren't going to come together in a room to write your business plan for this business. This business is called How Do I Go on Vacation for Free? That's the business. How do you get to go on vacation for free? It's page 344, page 42. This is Victoria's Secret. You see, Victoria has a ton of secrets. Here they are. 1, you think she's selling you a bra, but she's actually selling you a line of credit. Let me repeat that because the side chat is amazing. I want you to blow up the side chat. I used to get angry. I used to get angry at the side chat. Let me repeat that. Victoria's Secret, they're not selling us bras that are 34D. If the sizing were accurate, it'd be a 36C. But 34D just sounds more amazing. This is why there's fraud. This is why there's fraud in sizing. Have you ever heard a woman brag, "Oh, I'm a size 6 in that brand, but normally I'm a size 10." That's where the fraud occurs because now you only want to go shop at the stores that have you as a size 6, a size 4, a size 2. Is this the most heterosexually awesome video that you've ever heard? Why? Because women have a language that I had to decipher. If I had to decipher female language, that's why this video has a different feel to it because in short, it's this kind of content. 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 It's called Vagina Whisperer, the email close. It's Vagina Whisperer, exit strategy. First person to want to exit is the winner. Tacos. If she's 20 pounds over her weight based on her picture, you still buy her tacos, but then you ask for phone numbers to her hot friends. Pinning your hidden message, dinner first coach. What is your favorite Larry Chang video? In summary, in case you're lost, this is what we're doing. We want to realize that yes, the government does want to kill us, but you're the one who fell for the jab theory. Let's focus our brain to biohack and maybe break your involuntary celibacy sometime before 2028 while self-funding a vacation. This is Victoria's Secret. She's not selling you a bra, she's selling you a line of credit. Once you understand that you can buy lingerie for a girl that I'm dating to increase your credit. That got complicated in a hurry, but I did not misspeak. That's why every word matters. This is how to read. You don't go back and reread. You don't go back and say, hey, that was an amazing point. Because we're taking 2 pages writing this new book using AI. Have you ever used AI before? American intelligence? Have you ever used that before? This is your first time. This is your first time. You used to say AI is a bubble. You used to say AI, it's all crap. What we're now doing are the 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. You see, Victoria, she's got another secret. She's got another secret. She definitely has another secret. Thank you for not text messaging me while I'm on a call, while I'm on a live stream, while I'm on Insta. This is her secret, is that she knows that she's going to go to the Super Bowl. Even at the Super Bowl, she doesn't know what 2 teams are playing. Why? Because that's Victoria's secret. It's also Larry Chang's secret, which is I already booked the Super Bowl in San Francisco. I don't know if the Bears are actually going to win a Super Bowl in February. Normally the Bears just win the Super Bowl of PR in August. Okay, Victoria. She's real. She's a figment of Roy Raymond's imagination. Hey, Larry, do you just wake up like that? Roy Raymond. All he wanted to do was buy his wife some lingerie and not feel like a creep. Do you feel creepy buying my girlfriend lingerie? Her size is 36C. Where are you sending this lingerie? To me, of course. Larry Chang, Chiang, 98 San Jacinto, Austin, Texas, 78701. Oh, Larry, that's not your real address. Oh? Would you like another address? Here's another address. I will bet you $575,000 that I get FedEx. Why is FedEx also one of Victoria's secrets? It turns out most people can't deliver. They can't deliver on a promise. They can't deliver on a delivery. They can't deliver on a deliverable. Hey, Larry, did you just wake up like that? Did I just step on my punchline for student athlete at UIUC via the FedEx, via Stanford? Did I get FedEx from Stanford while living on University Avenue? This is the address. This works every time, 100% of the time. Larry Chang. Larry Chang. There's an I before the A in Chang. Duck 9, that's my company. 2021 Midwest Road, second floor or Suite 200. You pick. Oak Brook, Illinois, 60521. Oak Brook. Where are we riding off to? We're riding off to picking up our FedEx. Riding off to picking up our deliveries. Why are we picking up deliveries? Because there are things called galley editions. There are things called galleys. And what a galley is your crap book that you threw together using AI by saying page 42, page 344. That's your bibliography. And if you've never read a book before, the book is based on other books. I go right to the bibliography. Larry, I can't read. You know my brain's broken. I can't read a book. I can't just wake up like that. Well, this is what a bibliography is in a theoretical book. I'm happy that you had a Bristol 9 movement come back better after your timeout. We want to hit Bristol 4. You're at a Bristol 9 or a Bristol 1. Victoria, she's got a secret, which is she's going to drop a deuce with the door open. I can't make this stuff up. What are you doing dropping a deuce with the door open? What are you talking about? Victoria's got a secret galley edition FedEx delivering what you promise. You've not promised anything. This is what you're promising. You see, a book has a bibliography because the book references other books to springboard and give birth to a new book. In the same way that a penis goes into a vagina and then makes a baby, This is a four-way book. Is this the first time that you've used AI, American Intelligence? Because this bibliography, it's just 2 pages. And is this the shortest book ever? It's a video summary of this video, which is, do you wake up like that? Nadi Shodhana breathing, green tea. Do you just wake up like that? I can't believe Larry ironed out so many of Victoria's Secret while bringing in his horse. Because James Nestor, Jim Quick, me, Larry Chang, and you, we're not going to sit in a room to co author a book that you could just use AI to do. Why are you doing this? You're doing this because you've never read a book that made you $275,000. I'm done trying to get you to read a textbook from Stanford GSB, aka Stanford Business School. Okay? I'm just done trying to get you to read a textbook that is used for $5, give or take $3. I'm done doing that. But I'm not over the fact that Victoria's got a secret, which is don't judge her just because she's got blonde hair and big boobs selling you lingerie. She's got a secret. And the secret is she knows how to read, and she's really good at reading. This is her secret where you benefit, which is, what if you read one book and made a fraction of $275,000? What if you watched a video that talked about a book that got you a free vacation? Because that's what this is. You see, most engineers, the first book they ever read was some pickup artist book. What's a pickup artist book? It's a book that you read because women aren't being picked up by you. So you read a PUA book. How do I know about PUA? I'm speaking at Stanford on what they don't teach you in business school. Ricky Yeen booked me to speak. I'm speaking at Stanford doing a 90-minute keynote while getting it sponsored by David Hornick and Jessica and Patama's business, Fraiche. You see, whenever I talk, I tend to get super technical because I am quantitative. I tend to get super technical. I am revolving, unfolding Victoria's Secrets, technically. Therefore, I need to lubricate the truths that are coming from me to you. Did I say coming one time? We're going to come over and over and over again. This is Two Girls, One Cup. 4 days later, Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge becomes James Nestor, Jim Quick, Larry Chang, and you writing this book, which is a video. What book are you writing? It's green tea and Nadi Shodhana breathing in a yoga class. There's a video for 19 minutes that is me doing page 42 of James Nestor's book. You guys have been doing a great job paying attention. Benefit from your attention. Do you just wake up like that? Do you just wake up like that? So I'm speaking, David Hornick sponsoring, Fraiche sponsoring. Fraiche is frozen yogurt. It's sold at Treseder, Stanford University. Patama and Jessica are the co-founders of Fraiche. Somebody asks me, because 62, 64, 67, those are all page numbers. This is what I got asked. Good job, VP. Hey, is this Pua? I'm like, what do you mean Pua? Because I was talking about how to get a legendary internship within what they teach you at Stanford GSB. How to get a legendary internship, how to get 3 legendary internships, how to sell any CEO on giving you a job. Is this similar to the video that I did that was here on YouTube? Oh yeah, it's called Going from Unemployed to Getting 8 Job Offers. Did you watch that video? I think you did. That's why you subscribed. I've got hilarious content on Mondays, which is funny shiitake that I saw on YouTube. So I'm walking people, specifically Stanford undergraduates, in how to close for an internship over voicemail. This is before when voicemails weren't transcribed by your Apple account. This is before when voicemails were recorded tape voicemails digitally. The bane of every executive's life is to undig out from all the voicemail messages that you get. Is this some genius, seasoned executive whisperer content? It is, because it's called How to Close for Putty over Voicemail. How to close for an internship over voicemail. How to close for $575,000 over voicemail. A hand pops up from a student athlete. I won't be naming which student athlete because I encourage Stanford student athletes. We're on student athlete, UIUC. Can you deliver FedEx? Larry Chang, University of Illinois. 2021 Midwest Road, Suite 200 or second floor. Oak Brook, Illinois, 60521. I've had that address since my business started at Illini Tower. You can call it IT. You can call it Illini Tower. You can call it the Jew of I. Yes, it was 80% Jewish people and Asian people. Basically, one lump sum. That's why they called IT the Jew of I. Why? Because the dorm was 20% more for a private dorm, but the dorm pays for itself because the amenities are 10 times better than any dorm. Larry, you can't tell me with how much putty you pull that you lived in a dorm your senior year. Yeah, true story. I had to. I had to live in a dorm. I had to. Why did I have to live in a dorm? Because I was a student athlete at UIUC. This is how to pay for a vacation to Silicon Valley from UIUC, specifically the Westin St. Regis, which is this. My mentor, Mark McCormack, asking me, how much is it going to cost for you to attend Hambrecht and Quist? How much is it going to cost for you? I was like, $55,000 to $80,000. You see, Hambrecht and Quist, they were going to offer you a free vacation. Ladies, Victoria's Secret. Larry, do you just wake up like that? Have you ever been asked? My channel's on what they don't teach you in school. If you're lost, pay attention and you'll be less lost because this is valuable. Ladies, have you ever been offered a vacation? Have you ever been offered a vacation? And then that vacation offer is super sketchmo. It's kind of like staying at one of those Airbnbs where you know there are cameras everywhere. What the F is that why my Airbnb in Newport Beach was so cheap? There are cameras everywhere. That's a sketchy vacation. Would you like a free vacation? Hambrecht and Quist was offering a free vacation to San Francisco. I applied for this vacation. Why? Because when your startup or small business or technology innovation debuts at a iBank, at an investment bank, you make $5 or $10 million because you're debuting at an investment bank, at a tech symposium. They have these all the time. And maybe I should do a future video on Crasher to VIP. Oh, wait a minute. I have 100 of those videos, but Larry, I just want the fresh stuff. All of my stuff has been engineered to be evergreen. Do you want to go to a iBanking symposium for technology? You do. This is how to go for free. So I applied. And this is when there wasn't DEI. It was just best shiitake only. We need to make money at Hambrecht and Quist Technology Conference. So I applied. Lo and behold, I didn't get in. What? How do I not get in? I'm the best entrepreneur in the United States of America, as told to me by 1, 2, or 3 presidents. I'm really good. I didn't get in. So my mentor goes, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? I'm like, what do you mean, what am I going to do? I didn't get in. What am I supposed to do? He goes, well, what are you going to do now? I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. Are you going to say over facsimile? Are you going to say go anyway? I don't know. I mean, how am I going to go anyway? Like, how does that even work? This is how it works, because it works every time, 100% of the time. This is, hey Larry, do you wake up like that? You see, when you go anyway, you show people that you're not waiting for permission, you're going to go anyway. So, what does that entail, Mr. Mark McCormack? It entails this: HTG, HFA, OTR. Is this a viral video on YouTube, Twitter? That other video platform that I'm drawing a blank on? Nostr. Go anyway. Via hashtag HTGHFAOTR. It turns out Victoria's Secrets are getting pulled down faster than moist panties. This is another one of Victoria's Secrets. Is that we don't need to wait for Bob Hambrecht at Hambrecht and Quist to anoint us attendees of their free vacation where they're handing out $1 million bills like $1 million bills, like selling you on millions of dollars. So, Mark McCormack, I got rejected. I'm supposed to go anyway? I'm scared out of my mind. Are you joking? He is not joking, even though he's laughing his ass off. Am I laughing my ass off? I am. As we ride towards a free vacation, baby. This is how I'm going to do the rest of this video. So, I asked Mark McCormack, hey, I know I'm a winning horse, but you're effing crazy if you think I'm going to go to San Francisco from where I am, University of Illinois. You're crazy. But since you want me to do it, and since you seem pretty entertained, let me fix my hair here. Got to get the faux hawk going. Since you seem pretty entertained, I'll do it. I'll do it. First thing he asks me is he's like, what's step one? And now I know the answer is external API. Now I know the answer is external API. So what's an external API? Remember, this is a football huddle. It's hashtag HTG, HFA, OTR. Right out of the book of Mark McCormack. Right out of the book. Right out of the book. Do you see how you get to co-author a book with Mark McCormack? You get to co-author a book with Mark McCormack as I tempt gravity. Which is how to get home field advantage on the road. How's my sound? Is my sound quality okay? Is my sound quality okay? Hashtag HTG, HFA, OTR. That's my business. Which is how to get a free vacation while understanding how to get home field advantage on the road. You can apply this to go to Hambrecht and Quist, which I was doing. I was doing that, which is how to get home field advantage at the Westin St. Francis during Hambrecht and Quist Technology Conference. This is how to get home field advantage every time. This works every time, 100% of the time. This is why this is another $575,000. Or if you're remedial, $275,000. If you're retarded, $800, but you'll still get to $575,000 because this works every time. I will let you know via YouTube when this stops working. I will let you know. I will let you know. I will let you know. But I don't see it stopping working anytime soon. 99% of people don't know who's going to go to the Super Bowl this year. 99% of people don't know that next year the Super Bowl is in Santa Clara. And then next year, it's Los Angeles on February 14, 2027. This is genius. This is layer one of venture capital. Put a pin in that. I will explain the layers. They're worth $1 million salary per year. But if you're remedial, it's worth $3,000. The 4 layers of venture capital. This is the first time I experienced this. I remember it like it was 14 years ago or yesterday. This is what I remember. Step 1, external API. You see, Bob Hambrecht was hosting a technology conference for the best technology startups. I didn't realize this at the time, but there was more pressure on him to find good companies than there was for us to become rich. because we were going to get rich anyway because it was a good company. It was a good company. Duck 9 is a good company. Duck 9. We don't need an investment bank. They needed us. I didn't realize it at the time. That's fine. Step one is an external API. This is why this works every time, 100% of the time. You can't prove me wrong. You can say negative stuff on social media that is 1/4 true. You can do that. But you can't say, hey, I tried to do this, you're wrong. This works 100% of the time, every time. Step one, hashtag external API. You see, how to get home field advantage on the road, hashtag HCG, HFA, OTR, that used to be incredibly hard because they would hide the venue on Web 1 where you'd have to read, hey, Hambrecht and Quist, where's your conference going to be? It used to be hard. But then now it's hard because everything is so easy to do because of Web 2. That's why now there's Web 12. What's Web 12? It's using AI, AGI, American intelligence, American intelligence, American guy intelligence, AI, AGI, to say, hey, where is this venue going to be? Once you establish the venue, 90% of your work's already done because you are going to front run the venue. This is why this works every time. What is front running the venue? It's realizing venue for 2027 Super Bowl. That would be SoFi Stadium, February 14. I don't even sound like a crazy person saying this. I sound like a remedial with a really high cheekbone face with perfect bone structure and a cowboy hat telling you run external API. The confidence does not come from having a hot face. The hot face is the lubricant for getting hot girls with big boobs to say, oh my God, this is amazing. So an external API is an API that's coming from the outside. Application Protocol Interface. In 1983, which is when that book was written, APIs existed, but nobody called it that. I reread the book on my 135th time, and sometime between the 80th read and the 90th read, I asked myself the question, what if Mark McCormack had a computer science degree from the University of Illinois? Because he's running an API, which is an application protocol interface. An example of this is the golf tour. He ran an external API into the golf tour by adding one word, senior. So it was same courses, same business model, same sponsors, same venue, same business model as the golf tour, but with one thing different. He added the word senior. One thing different, which is the same thing, which is the golfers are 10 years older. It's the senior golf tour. That's an external API to the golf tour, the PGA. Once you understand that APIs are people talking to people, businesses talking to businesses, computers talking to computers. That's an API call, because an application protocol interface call, you don't need to do Wireshark or have a CS degree. You just need to understand the Senior Golf Tour. Because I'm running an external API into the Westin Hotel, step one is you brainstorm external APIs. For some reason, blondes, they'll do all this stuff, especially if you're blonde with big boobs. You just do all this stuff, and then I bat 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires. Victoria, her secret, it's a secret, all right. Westin St. Francis, that's an API. What do I mean by a hotel is an API? Meaning you can rent a suite, the presidential suite. You can rent that suite during those dates. What happens when you rent a room? Is this like get a room? It's like get a room. But in this room, you're not going to be doing 67 shades of gray or 68 shades of Larry Chang. Actually, you never bang in the room. You bang across the street. This is Street Smart Chapter 7. Let's focus initially on the API. So you rent out a hotel suite to do what? To host people during Hambrecht and Quist. Because most people, correct me if you're wrong, won't read the agenda. You read the agenda, and when you read the agenda, you are going to figure out, oh my gosh, there's problems with the agenda that the suite solves, which is there's a gap between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Let's do an unofficial networking event inside the suite. Let's also run an external API using newspapers. Most people only read a newspaper when it's at a hotel. I mean, who reads newspapers now? Newspapers slowly were dying. But what if you could make a newspaper slightly better? How would you do that? By using a newspaper to be a party invitation, specifically a Wall Street Journal party invitation on the premises at the St. Regis. Larry, are you saying that similar to green tea, you just gave attendees a Wall Street Journal and then you stapled a party invitation for Duck 9? Do you see how easy this is? There's a hotel. People live in the hotel, aka attendees. You just give everybody a Wall Street Journal. It only costs like $1 or $3. So we're at this hotel, the Westin St. Francis, and we do everything that Mark McCormick tells us. One thing was weird, which was bring $600 in $5 bills. I'm like, are we going to a strip club? Because I don't pay for it. I don't want to go to a strip club. He's like, no, 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 no. Which is, what $11 are you talking about? Or are you just making stuff up? You're making stuff up. Or you can text me if I do owe you money. That's why that phone number is real. The conference bringing $5 bills. So we're delivering Wall Street journals to every room. We're not doing it. We're having the bell stand do it. So on the second day of doing this, because it's a 5-day conference, the Hambrick and Quist Technology Conference, Larry, do you just wake up like that? Second day, the second day, the bell captain goes, I see that you're giving Wall Street journals to everybody. Did you only want to give Wall Street journals to the attendees of Hambrick and Quist? I was like, yeah, because we were spamming the whole hotel. We were spamming the whole hotel with Wall Street journals and party invitations because we didn't know which rooms where attendees were sleeping in. We didn't know. The bell captain goes, what if I just gave you a list of all the people that were at the Westin St. Francis using the discount code Hambrick and Quist? Would you like that list? I'm like, oh my God, we could save 450 Wall Street journals at $3 a piece. Because the hotel upcharges Wall Street journals. Because on the street it was like 50 cents or $1 newsstand price. But inside the hotel it was $3 delivered. And then they stapled a party invitation because they were nice. So basically, we're paying $3 per hotel room, 700 hotel rooms. He goes, instead of giving 700 hotel rooms a Wall Street Journal, do you only want to give 390 to attendees? Come back better. Come back better. Which is, would you like a list of these attendees? I was like, what? You're willing to give me a list of attendees? Yes, please. Right out of the book of Mark McCormack, we're saving what? 400 times 3. We're saving $1,200. And we got a list now. The rule of Mark McCormack is if somebody's going to comp you $1,400, you got to tip half the comp. I was like, oh my God, I got to tip half this comp. I got to tip this guy $700. Cashola. I was like, do I do it all in fives? How about I just not do it? I go, hey, this is what happened because I'm giving Mark McCormack live updates. Because remember, bullet point number 1 is default alive or default dead. Are you default asleep or are you default awake? This is bullet point student athlete UIUC. Good morning. Good morning. You see, we're talking to people like they're cognitive misers, but this is how I was talking to Mark McCormack. I realized I was entertaining him. Hey, this bell captain just comped me. What do I do? Or what did I already do? Did I do it correctly? He goes, oh my God. He gave you the list of hotel attendees and then you tipped them $700? I'm like, yeah, you told me tip half the comp. He goes, did you do that already? And I'm like, yeah, I did it already. And he goes, this is how to get home field advantage on the road. The reason that I'm going into ancient history is that this works every time, 100% of the time. People get angry, and then when they see other people like blondes who have big boobs who aren't seemingly very smart do this, people get angry. And then what do those angry people do? They don't get mad at themselves. Oh, I could have done this, or I can just do this in the future. They don't do that. They go to a website called Quora. They go to a website called Quora, or they'll just make up random stuff that is 80% true. Once you realize that it's 80% true, the lies of omission, I'm not going to fill in your blanks. I want you to critically read, critically understand. This is talking to people like they're cognitive maximizers. Did I just change one word and make it awesome? Cognitive miser, that's a problem. Problem. NPC. Problem. A lot of people don't want to do. Problem. Cal Berkeley. Do something. Hashtag CS183 do. Is this Jimmy's franchise called Do Something? It is. Jimmy. He's a tech co-founder at Cal. And he started this joke franchise. It's called Do Something. Because once you do something, the snowball rolls down the hill. Today is day number 22. Let's engineer a snowball. So I'm going to transition us to 2 more segments. I'm going to transition. Go grab a pen because we're going to transition into 2 more segments. Fastest segment ever. Fastest segment ever. Knees over toes. Have you ever watched a YouTube video? Have you ever watched a YouTube video and taken action on that YouTube video? By far the most awesome thing I've ever gotten on YouTube / Amazon is knees over toes. In this incline board, you'd think that, oh, it's just another piece of exercise equipment. It's not super useful. This is what allows me to go from shortstop to catcher. Because OMG, Tom Brady needs to do these exercises. His knees aren't great. They're okay. This is knees over toes. This is Tim Ferriss. This is the knees over toes guy. There's no link in the description below. Seriously? Favorite thing is this incline board. You'd think that it'd be easy to do, but guess what? They're easier to not do these exercises. Am I pitching product? Am I pitching product right now? I am not. There is no link. There is no link down below. I use this so often that I just tuck it right here. Easily one of the most favorite things that I own. Easily. Have you ever watched a YouTube video? Have you ever watched a YouTube video and then taken action? This is CS183 do. This is not a paid pitch. Segment 2 business model. Let's look at it's all free and it all comes at a price. It's all free. How's it all free? Because you're asking yourself, with that incline board, with that book, with a $5 textbook from Stanford, why is it free? It's free because the internet's super cheap. By saying democratizing the world's information, what are we doing? We're realizing that everything is free. There's no link on down below. Cost. The cost is this for your business model. Will you leave $0? Will you go from negative money to at least zero? Will you leave $0? This is your cost. Your cost is, will you email 12 sentences? That's a cost to you. That may not be a very big cost, but that still is a cost to you. Cost. Contribute to your own moderator. Am I talking about YouTube live moderation? I'm talking about, can you moderate the things that are going into your brain? Because what we're doing inside of this business model is going from NPC to pyramid top. The top of the pyramid is inside of a scheme scam, you have to go get other people into your pyramid. This pyramid is how the world works, which is it's an entirely flat structure. Stop thinking that there are stratus. Stop thinking that there are strati. Stop thinking that there are layers to the pyramid. Remember, Egyptians, they didn't build the pyramids, obviously. I mean, what have you done lately? Has anything ever been invented off of that continent? This is NPC to pyramid top. There are no layers between. It's just you determining that you want to no longer be at the bottom. This is a business model, which is going from non-player character to the top of the pyramid. Step one is you gotta leave $0. You can't be watching exercise videos, doing the videos that one time, and then forgetting to follow up. For example, knees over toes. For example, the incline board, do you use it 3 times a week? Do you use it? Just do one. Is this the Tim Ferriss 4-hour body? You tell me. Ooh. Somebody should do the 5-hour body. Yes, this is a pyramid scheme. 0 levels to 1 level. The script is amazing. Yes, this is MLM, multi-level marketing. But 100% commission for you. No inventory, no investments, profitable from minute number 1. What are you going to be profitable doing? That would be the business of finding Easter eggs. For example, go on a free vacation to Miami. This is gold. You start a joke franchise. I just said a joke franchise, 5-hour body. I have a hilarious franchise, which is 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. By the way, seeing as how it's good to see you again, between YouTube Lives, I did 1 girl, 1 book. I didn't even bring a book. Let me repeat that. 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. That's a joke franchise. The franchise has a sequel. It's called 1 Girl, 1 Book. Go cold open her. You see, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge starts with 1 guy, 2 books. And if you're getting confused here, the jokes just write themselves. 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. How does that work? It works where step 1 is what? It's an hashtag external API. You see, the road less traveled is not, oh my God, Larry's hilarious, but is the new first base. Look at where her thumb is. Look at how happy she is. Look at the surprised look on my face. In that selfie, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. You see, step 1 is an external API because that money shot, that truly delightful and delicious money shot for 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, that was set up by 2 guys, 2 books. The reason we're using The Road Less Traveled by M. Scott Pleck was I asked a question, an empowering question. Asking better questions is page 62, page 64, page 67. You see, we are asking better questions. We are asking better questions. This is the question that should be asked, which is, hey, Larry Chang, I'm really loving the channel, what they don't teach you in school. What's a precursor to how you set up that genius money shot, two girls, one cup of knowledge? Is this another one of Victoria's Secrets? Yes, because prior to that, it was two guys, two books. And the two books we were using were identified by asking this question. What book do you own right now that you have not yet read? Kaylee Ruggs has chimed in to say, hey, how are you doing? Pretty good. We're talking about books that we own that maybe we haven't reread. Books that we own, such as The Road Less Traveled, setting up that money shot for two girls, one cup of knowledge. You see, we were two guys with two books. And because we had a book in front of us, we were talked to by a lot of females. Why? Because we were two guys, two books. So, yesterday, Two Girls, One Cup was one girl, one book. Meaning she was reading a book and I asked her, hey, what's that book? This is so easy. This is just so easy to do. This is just so easy to do. This is cold open Yahtzee. This is setting up the future segment, which will take place in 10 minutes, called How to Make $1 on YouTube, while recapping the last segment, which is also the name of this video, which is, do you just wake up like that? With, did you just wake up and sell one page of a book in order to go to the Super Bowl for free? By asking an empowering question, which is, hey, is today day 22 of hashtag 55 days of OpenAI at SF Super Bowl? Is today day number 2? 22? 22? Do you just wake up like that? What's on page 42? What are we talking about? We're talking about this QR code. We're talking about this QR code. Oh, was it too quick for you to scan? Too bad, so sad. We're talking about a QR code for a biohacking conference called Beyond. Page 42, you're now meeting Larry the yoga teacher for the first time. Who is Larry the yoga teacher? Is that even a thing? Oh, that's a thing that you can benefit from. Dare I say, it's a free vacation. Brady, come here. You want me to brush you? I hear you cleaning your face. Come here. Come here. Want me to brush you? Come here. Bed. Come here. Bed. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on. Oh, Brady. Oh. Oh. Oh, good boy. What a good dog you are. What a good dog you are. What a good dog you are. You're also out of water, buddy. Brady only gets the best tap water. Because the yoga teacher component of Larry the yoga teacher is a 1 hour class which in yoga teacher phrases is 57 minutes. Because get the F out, I got another class coming in. 57 minutes. It's 3 19-minute chunks of time. Larry the yoga teacher, which is doing Nadi Shodhana breathing for 19 minutes. Is this yoga class going to help you go to the Super Bowl in Los Angeles, February 14, 2027? It is. This is Victoria's Secret. We've already begun planning for the Victoria's Secret fashion show. You can't cancel just because we haven't invited enough fat girls who want to be in the fashion show. Fat girls weren't selling very much lingerie. Fat girls were killing the brand. Is that Victoria's Secret also? It is, which is going woke was killing the brand, ditto canceling the fashion show. Are we doing looks maxing for Victoria's Secret models? We are. Is this Larry Chang talking about how he's going to date 6 more Victoria's Secret models before he finally settles down and gets married? Yeah. Also for zero money, because that's my ass model we're talking about this segment, which is business model. You see, an ass model is just a business model for ass. My ass model is I'm going to spend $0 in 2025. Fingers crossed. Currently, I've still spent $0. That's a business model. What's an ass model, Larry? Ass model is to get people excited to study business model, because most people think that business model is go to work at a job, get paid per hour. That's a horrible business model. Ditto going on dates where you waste money and then don't get anywhere. What's an ass model? An ass model is being able to understand that everyone's business model for dating is unique. And before you say, Larry, women don't have a business model, only men have a business model. I used to think that. Things I used to think. I used to think that it was only men that had a model for dating. That is just not true. 3 good dates. Are we transitioning from dating to 3 good dates? We are. Because here's an example of 3 good dates, Layer 1 venture capital. You show up on February 6th, aka day 67 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Why? Because the Monday Night Football game features the stadium, which is also going to be hosting February 8, 2026. What do you mean by 3 good dates, Larry? Are these 3 good dates like dates? No, these are 3 good calendar dates. And the reason we need 3 good calendar dates is this. We can fluff up our own career with 3 calendar dates. Here's another example of 3 good dates. Via Phil Clifton, via Michael Burry. 2 dudes you don't know, that's fine. This is what you now do know. Day 5, day 15, day 23. What are 5, 15, and 23? It's like 62, 64, 67, which is we're memorizing 3 good dates. All of our careers can double with 3 really good dates. Ditto Victoria's Secret, because her secret is by date number 3, magical stuff is going to happen. This is you meeting the vagina whisperer for the umpteenth time. You see, the segment that you missed, that I will give you all the value to right now, which is how to sell page 42 for $800. What are you going to do with this $800? You can save it, but you'll probably just blow it. And if you're going to blow it at a free vacation. That was a Brady eye booger. How gross am I? Brady Bear, who gets rid of your eye boogers? What is an eye booger? What is sleepy sand? It's your cornea. It's your cornea. Larry, do you wake up like that? All sparkly? Three good dates. Larry, do you wake up like that? It's not gross picking out your dog's eye boogers. It's love. Right, buddy? Better than pulling out a poo dingle. A dingle of poo. A poo dingle. How's your poop hole? Is it clean? Oh, Brady's got a clean butthole. Clean, clean, clean. So, 3 good dates. You see, day 5, day 15, day 23, it helped for a cold call that I executed on day 48. Do you see how saying these numbers makes me seem like a psychopath? It makes me seem like a psychopath. But this is you entering an NFL huddle for the first time. NFL huddles, they're incredibly complex because it's 4-dimensional chess played via contact. You see, day 48 connected to day 15, day 23, and day 5. You see, what you're able to do by calling out dates is connecting February 8 in the future to May 3rd also in the future. Why are we connecting days? Because 3 good dates is layer 1 venture capital. What's venture capital? It's money that accelerates you. It's increasing your venture's value. It's venture capital. Before someone's willing to just give you VC, I engineered what happened before it. Do you remember that selfie that's viral called 2 Girls, 1 Cup of Knowledge? That didn't just happen in a vacuum. It had a pre-roll precursor. This is us doing PQRST, which is 3 good dates, layer 1 venture capital. Larry, I don't know of these layers. It's the easiest thing ever. Layer 1 venture capital, that's the calendar. Layer 2 venture capital, that's this. Powering up, baby. Powering up. Hey, did you just wake up like that? Ooh, running dangerously low on green tea. Dangerously low. Page 344, green tea. Page 344, page 42. That's how I watched a YouTube live. How I watched a YouTube live. How I watched a YouTube live to self-fund a vacation. I'm no longer stuck at zero. Victoria's got a secret. You see, Victoria's Secret is that anybody can use AI, American intelligence. Anybody can use it. Anybody can use it. And kind of like the Ratatouille movie, where the chef wrote a cookbook called Anybody Can Cook. Anybody can use AI, American intelligence. Anybody can use Web 12, which is Web 1, Web 2, which is using social media 6 different ways that are unique to this channel. Did I just make up Web 12 as 6 times better than Web 2? Because if you can't do math super well, 6 times 2 equals Larry Chang helping you no longer be a YouTube business virgin. What's a YouTube business virgin? It's that you've watched 5 videos which is 5 videos which is, can you watch one video and make $1? Can you watch 1,000 videos and not get stuck at $0? Because when you go from $0 to $1, that's an infinite increase. How are we gonna make one whole dollar, Larry? I've not made any money ever unless the government gave it to me. How well do I know my audience? This is helpful for you because this doesn't affect your welfare checks. This doesn't help or hurt. This is my brain turning into a pretzel, which is, let's try to make you $14. I know I said $1, but making $1 is actually hard. Let's try to make a single digit number of dollars. Green tea, baby. Green tea. What's up with you today? I hope you're good. I hope you ask better questions. I hope that Smashing X Pumpkins comes back better second time out in as few a minutes. This is not a product placement. There is no link. There is no link. There is no link on down below. This is not a product placement. There is no link on down below. Because making $1, $14. Making $14. Harmless Harvest is also a terrific choice for coconut water. Harmless Harvest. Thank you for the product. This is how we're gonna make $800, but you're only gonna make 14. That's okay. These are notebooks. There's an entire box of them for $8. There's an entire box of them for $8. What we're doing with that box is we're selling one of these for $50. If you don't think that this works, you've never tried it. This is what we're doing to make your business model work. Today is day number 22. We're doing 3 good dates. You just need one. You just need one. This is what we're doing. $8 for a box. You get this box for free. Why? Because you're going to get this box and you're going to pop a selfie with this box. What box am I talking about? I'm talking about a box of these micro notebooks. Problem. Problem. My phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. My phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. The solution to that is pen to paper. When your brain is broken because you're too much smartphone and not enough coconut water, when your brain's broken, coconut water, yeah, it helps. But what really helps is a magical $500 notebook. Larry, why does the price keep going up? The price keeps going up because the jokes keep getting more and more funny. The reason the price keeps going up is I smell value. What's the value? Why is somebody willing to pay $500 for a notebook? Why? This works every time, 100% of the time. Feel my confidence. I am not high. I am high. I actually am high. I'm euphorically high. Sprouts, no link below. They deliver it for $0. I don't know how Instacart makes any money. I don't. It feels like every time I buy food, I'm just stealing. It feels like I'm stealing. This is how to feel like the person who's giving you $500 is stealing from you, because you should have charged $800. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your phone's not so smart, it's really just breaking your brain. My phone's not so smart, it's really just breaking your brain. June 18, Pixar. An antagonist, that's an enemy to the protagonist. That's the hero of the story. An enemy is named Lily. She's a smart pad and she's breaking little kids' brains. I can't even make up the plot better than Toy Story 5's plot, which is Lily the lily pad. She's breaking little kids' brains. She's breaking brains. So when Lily the lily pad is breaking brains, what solves that problem? One, a country song. Yes, I get it. A country song fixes it. But what also is a solution is a $14 notebook. Larry, are you saying that you're gonna buy me $8 worth of notebooks? Yes. You buy the notebooks for $8 on no link on down below, Amazon. That was a water burp. Cold water makes me burp. Cold coconut water is delicious. It is delicious. There is no link on down below. Larry, are you saying that the first year you went to the College World Series, you spent $60,000, 2021, and then in 2022 and 2023, you spent $0, yet you stayed at the team hotel? Yes. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. You take one of these notebooks that is 1/50th of $8, aka about a quarter, and you sell that for $14. But Larry, you don't understand. I don't have $8. That's why I'm showing you how to make $1. Is the $8 that you're buying for a notebook? You pop a selfie after you buy it on Amazon when it arrives at your parents' basement. So this also works for if you've got a 3-bedroom condo in San Francisco, you sold your company in 2022, and now VCs won't give you any money because you don't know how to sell. That's also solving your problem. So now you're buying $8 worth of notebooks from me for $0. $14.35 Brickell. Yeah, I know. You live in a penthouse in Miami. Congratulations, you sold your company. Now you're in a tailspin. Now VCs won't touch you because you don't know how to sell and you're trying to learn technology sales. This is tech sales. This is what they don't teach you at Y Combinator Tuesday dinners. This is what they don't teach you, which is, hey Larry, how do I sell my first thing? How do I sell? This is how to sell everything by selling the simplest thing, which is a notebook. You see, you're selling a notebook for $14. This notebook costs a quarter.
a package of 50 of them cost $8. Why is someone willing to spend $14? And why is this even an exercise? This is an exercise because this $14 notebook you're willing to give to someone for $0 just to execute a sale. This is how to do distribution. This is how to make $1 on YouTube. This is going to be the most valuable thing that you do, that once you do this twice, you're going to feel unstoppable. You're going to be like that guy who can walk into any coffee shop, because people don't go to bars anymore. People don't go to nightclubs anymore. People day game at a coffee shop. You can walk into any Trader Joe's or Whole Foods and pick up any girl, as a lesbian like I am. This is the $14. This is how it works. Problem. Is your phone breaking your brain? Done! You sold it. But let's go over how the money works. You hold out 3 of these and you say, pick one of these. So the reason that they sell for $14 is this: skip steps at your own peril, especially if you just give them away. Here's the problem. If you give it away, that notebook often will just stay virginal. What's a virgin notebook? It's a notebook kind of like your penis that people haven't touched at all in the year 2026. Is 2026 going to be a repeat of 2025? No, because we're going to catch fire. All the fire departments in Miami are not going to be able to put your fire out, which is $14. Would you like to buy this notebook from me? It's $14. The reason you're asking is you're going to practice selling things that cost a ton of money. Remember, this thing cost $0.25, but I'm selling this for $14. In real world exercises, we sell these in nightclubs for $50. It starts with, hey, do you want to buy this for $50? Sorry, $14? Hell no. Hell no. Sometimes, if she's a hot girl, she'll be like, yeah, daddy, I'll buy anything from you. I'm like, cool. Now you got to collect the money. So she's joking about saying yes. You got to go, cool. Will that be credit card, Venmo, or Stripe, or cash? Often they'll say, no, I don't want to buy it. This is where you learn everything, is on the other side of rejection. This is how you learn everything. This is Smashing X Pumpkins, Chapter 11, a case study. This is your treasure map. This is everybody's step 1, which is sell using an LCRRM, a Larry Chang reverse rebate model. I'm selling you this for $14. If you take 1 page of notes, I will give you $7 back over Venmo. And then if you take another page of notes, I'm going to give you your other $7 back. That's selling using the rebate model. Larry, that's genius. That's genius. Where did you learn this from? I learned it because Mark McCormack taught it to me, because it's called the Mark McCormack reverse rebate model. The reason I don't call it the Mark McCormack rebate model is that people who want to stay poor, they want to have a really good excuse to stay poor. Therefore, they'll be like, oh, Larry's Mark McCormack model doesn't work. Oh, it works every time, 100% of the time, because who wouldn't want a $500 notebook that they get $250 back on twice. This is the psychological dynamics for sales. When I ask you for $14, initially you're going to be aghast. You're going to be like, what? I'm not giving some stranger $14. If you're expecting a woman to let you squirt it inside her vagina, she doesn't know you. So if you're expecting that, how can you even expect that if you can't have the realistic expectation of collecting $14? Do you get the Miami girl math there? Do you get the Miami girl math there? Because you're trying to use a coffee date to try to get her to unbuckle her Lululemon yoga pants. I realize they don't have a buckle. You can just pull them down. But pretend like there's a chastity belt that I installed as an external API to Lululemon yoga pants. They make my butt look cute. With a chastity belt, with a Larry Chang chastity belt. That's what you'd have to unbuckle. Look at the psychological dynamics behind collecting $50. Even if you're promising to refund them 50% and then 50%. The psychological dynamic is, I don't know you, I don't trust you. This is tech sales. No need, no trust. But I do need it. My brain's broken. Larry, how do I fix my brain? Well, you can fix your brain by realizing that there's an unofficial Pixar movie song called My Phone's Not So Smart, It's Really Just Breaking My Brain. The solution for it is pen to paper. Would you like your problem solved? Will you buy my notebook? Will you buy my notebook? You'll get all sorts of excuses as to why they don't want to buy your notebook. This is the counterintuitive truth. This is why trying to sell gets sales. Counterintuitive and true. You'll get a rich person who's going to be like, yes, I'll buy it. And they'll even say, you know what, I'll buy it because you seem poor and I'm rich as fuck. You don't even need to rebate the money. This is where you need to adhere to your original offer. The rich person's testing you because you're saying, would you like to buy this 32-cent notebook for $14? And they'll be like, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. This is a stunt and you're trying to see if you can sell one. Okay, I'll buy. It's like a lemonade stand. I know that the cup of lemonade isn't $10, okay? I know that. Or I know you're not gonna make any money at a quarter. That's why I'm not gonna ask you for change. I'm just gonna give you one Andrew Hamilton. And then the little kid's gonna be like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I just sold one cup of lemonade for $10. And then your parents, who are Caucasian, because that's what happens when you're Caucasian, is your dad keeps fucking your mom because you're Caucasian. Then your parents come in and say, whoa, 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 $10 is too much. $10 is too much. And then you and your Range Rover say, no, 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 I insist, $10. And then they say, thank you for the lemonade stand sale. Lecture 1, Engineering 145, Eager Newbies Gaining Revenue of $145. Lecture 1 is, do you realize that a lemonade stand oftentimes makes more revenue than a Y Combinator corporation? True story. True story. YC companies dying with zero revenue. Did I change that? That's how I got YC famous. After they rejected me or rescinded my invitation, I went ahead and I went anyway. I parked cars at 300 Pioneer at the interior door office. Interior door, the Y Combinator neighbor. I rented out my rental. Notebooks. So you're selling a $14 notebook for $14. You're selling a $14 notebook that cost you $0 because you bought $8 in notebook, 50 of them. You popped a selfie with the 50 notebooks, and then I Venmo'd you $8. There is no link on down below. There's no link on down below. Why am I buying you $8 worth of notebooks? Because this is you making $1 on YouTube. It's the equivalent of one push-up. It's the equivalent to sofa to... I love this new setup. It's the equivalent of sofa to 5K. Sofa to 5K is fat girls, fat guys going from a sofa to running 5 miles. That's sofa to 5K. Are we biohacking by losing weight? You tell me. Are we doing Bumble Best Friends? Highlight of New York Fashion Week 2025. Bumble Best Friends.
Taxes a theft.
You're on government welfare. You don't pay taxes.
Mistake.
That's not true. Look at Apollo. How many missions leaving the solar system have we been on? United States of America definitely landing on the moon. By selling a notebook for $50, this is the technique. It doesn't matter that this is your first Larry Cheng video. This might be your only video. This is what's useful. It's this. When you sell a notebook for $50, you offer all $50 back. You just need the practice of selling one notebook for $50. Why do you go through this exercise? Because selling somebody something free, that makes you sound like a beggar, which is, will you sign up for my coconut water app? Oh, that's delicious. There's no coconut water app. There is Larry the Starfish. Would you like to buy the Starfish for $800? Would you? This is how the notebook works. This is how to go from beggar to winner. Would you like to buy this notebook at this nightclub? Notebooks at a nightclub. Would you like to buy this notebook for $14? No, I wouldn't. What if the $14 would be refunded to you each time you took 1 page of notes until you got all your money back? Why? Well, this notebook solves a problem. You may or may not agree with it. Your phone is breaking your brain. Have you ever pulled out your phone and then got distracted with why you initially pulled out your phone because your phone distracted you? Yeah, all the time. Well, when you pull out your notebook's not going to distract you. This is the tendency and the trend for having your smartphone just be black and white, having your smartphone not have any apps, having your smartphone no longer be smart, no longer be a distraction, no longer hurting your brain. This is how to make $1 on YouTube by selling one notebook for 14 bucks. Okay, so it might sound like a joke. Let's move on to deeply understanding credit knowledge. Let's move on to digital underground capital knowledge, chapters 1 through 14, specifically chapter 9 and specifically chapter 5. Digital credit. Digital credit. Digital credit. $MSTR, $STRC, $STRD, $STRK, $STRF. You see, Larry the Starfish is layer 2 venture capital. You see, Larry the Starfish is somebody making fun of me for being a starfish in bed. Larry the Starfish is also funny because starfish is also butthole. Larry the Starfish is also funny because there is a starfish story. Larry, I've heard the starfish story a million times. It's funny every time. Will you tell me what the starfish story is? I will. After a storm, there's a bunch of starfish washed onto shore. I'm Larry Chang. I'm gonna find one of these starfish. I'm gonna fling it back into the ocean. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of starfish littered along the beach. There's an old guy. He's watching me do this. I'm walking, I pick up a starfish, and I fling the starfish back into the water. The old guy says to me, you know, you're not gonna be able to save all the starfish. I don't pay attention to them. I just walk along the shore and take the starfish and I fling it back into the ocean. The old guy says to me screamingly, hey, did you hear me? You're not gonna be able to save all the starfish. I barely look up at him and I say, I may not be able to save all the starfish, but I was able to save this one. Fling! What is the point of that story? The point of that story is you're the starfish. You're the starfish that's high class. You're the starfish that's middle class. There's a storm coming. People in high class and middle class are gonna go bankrupt. During that storm, I'm not gonna be able to save everybody. During that storm, I'm gonna be able to save a few people. How am I gonna save you? Am I gonna throw you back into the ocean? Yeah, it's called the ocean of Larry Chang and Victoria's Secret secrets. I actually do wake up like this. You see, there's an overt war on the middle class. That's the business model of government, is to kind of try to kill How long are my arms right now? That's the business model of Australia, Canada, and the UK. You must see that. Why is there a secret war on the middle class? It's because the money's broken. This is the red pill. It's you understanding that there's no way out. The only solution is for a government to kill 40% of its citizens. The reason this is a weighty topic is, I don't like to be the person telling you this, but there's going to be an awakening, which is the internet's on. We're in Web 5 right now. That's the good news. Is I'm not going to go to war against Canada just so that way I can solve Canada and the United States problem of we just need to get rid of 40% of the citizens to get rid of the debt. Web 4, that's fiat striking back. This is why this notebook is worth $800,000. I'm only charging you $800. And because I'm already rich, here's how you're gonna give me $800. Is you're gonna buy it for 800 bucks and then use one of the pages to make more money than you did all last year. How's that even possible? Page 42, let's sell page 42 for $800. Let's get your notebook out. Because the first person to say audiobook loses. The first person to put pen to paper wins. The first person to recoup their $800 investment, which is you. How do you recoup it? You take 2 pages of notes. I'll give you back 400 bucks twice. I'll give you $400 back twice. How amazing of a deal is that? How amazing of a deal is that? Pretty amazing, right? Segment next. Book club at a nightclub. Oh my God. Page 62, page 64, page 67. Close enough. Not exactly close enough, but we'll call it close enough because I don't want to demoralize you because you got it mostly correct. Page 2 of your notebook, no sale required. Just write it on any piece of paper. This is what you're going to write down. After my pee break, Brady, talk about anything you want to talk about, buddy.
into voicemail.
Being able to book club book club. Thank you. So this is what we're doing, not at Miami. This is what we're doing in Santa Clara. So you got 98% of it correct. Good job. This is the rest of the details. This is the business model. Green tea, page 344. This is memorized writing, and this is where we write it down and we do repetitions. The reason this works 100% of the time, every time, is that we're doing, in essence, a magical trick, which I'm gonna give you the component to it, which is green tea, not Miami, but Santa Clara. CPAP, page 42. Write this down in the comments. The first person to say audiobook loses. These are your 3 pages, which is page 1 is page 42. Page 2 is page 344. Page 3 in your notebook is the first person to say audiobook loses. Do you see how this is on the other side of what happens when a person just spent $14 on a notebook? This is what happens on the other side of when somebody spends $500 on this notebook. This is what happens on the other side of when somebody spends $800 on this notebook. Is I just gave you 3 specific pages. We're gonna be expanding on a prior. This is why we take notes. You said CPAP. That's on page 1, which is page 42. You see, CPAP is a $5,000 solution that people aren't using because it's a CPAP machine. CPAP owners, are you at 100% compliance in using your CPAP machine? Dangerously low on this delicious coconut water. Dangerously low. Dangerously low. I'm shooting 98%. I kind of want to reshoot. Coconut water. I'm dangerously low on coconut water. I've never missed 2 in a row. But guess what? We're gonna keep shooting till we get it in. Coconut water, shooting shots. That was embarrassing. I am not gonna edit those misses out. The reason that we wanna sometimes miss a shot is I expect to shoot 100%. The fact that I even missed the first time, it was slightly horrifying to me. Why are you not writing down your question, Dylan Hadley? Why are you not writing down the question? No problem. I will upgrade you. You're upgraded. You have 3 pages just right now on a piece of paper. No payment to Larry Chang required. These are your 3 pages, which is page 3. The first person to say audiobook loses. The reason this is a magic trick is you're going to be citing page numbers for even more money. Page 2 is green tea. Page 1 is Nadi Shodhana breathing via CPAP. You see, with these 3 pages, you can go to Santa Clara Super Bowl or Los Angeles Super Bowl. You pick 2026 or you pick 2027. New moderator, pick 26 or 27. I'll wait. Good job, HTG, HFA, OTR. Good job. Good job, ducties. Good job. So now pick what year? 27 or 26? Did you pick yet? Is there a lag? '26. All right, that's February 8, 2026. So 42, 344, 3, day, I think it's day 69. I think February 8 is day 69. It's day 70. So 70, those are your numbers. Think of this as Powerball. Think of this as Powerball. Cowboy says hi. Cowboy has also brought in his horse. Because February 8, 2026 is day number 70. Day number 70 of the day number 70. It's day number 70 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Okay, so what we're doing with the CPAP machine is we're hunting for people with a double chin. It's men or women, but let's try to just solve men's problems. Why? Because women aren't so wanting to spend money to solve problems. Women want to create problems that are never solved. Are these hilarious pattern recognitions? You tell me. You tell me. Which is CPAP solving problems. Day 70 is February 8th. That's February 8th. Today is December 22nd. That's day 22 of the 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. All these pages come together to do what? To help you do something that you've never done before, which is selling page 42 for where do you live? What city in America do you live in? Let's say Phoenix. So it's going to be about $800 for you to take a bus from Phoenix to Santa Clara, because you said 26. If you live in Phoenix and wanted to say 27 for the year 2027, that would be Los Angeles. So you'd have to take a bus to Los Angeles. Isn't it so true, right? So what we're doing is we're doing a CPAP awareness. It's just CPAP awareness. Why? Because CPAP users are fat, lazy, and sleep deprived, because that's the definition of a CPAP user, is that if you would have lost weight, you would have been more healthy, and now you've got some major 8 balls that you're behind on. Now you're screwed. If you're rich and fat, you're gonna die way sooner. Would you pay me $10 million? Would you pay me $10 million to live at a higher quality of life for 10 more years, 20 more years? Okay, that's the problem. You're not solving everybody's problem. You're just solving a guy like Ron Conway. He's kind of overweight. He never uses a CPAP machine. This is just true. This is a person that you should try to sell. Ron at svangels.com. Did this video just get hilarious? It did. Why did it get hilarious? Because we're not trying to solve everyone's problem every time, all the time. That's how most people try to start a business, is they'll ask 5 of their friends who are poor, hey, is this a business? Does this sound like a good idea to you? And you need constant consensus, constant affirmation. That's your problem also on Web 2. Look at me. I don't even have consensus as the person who dropped 50 of the most genius lectures ever to be delivered at this school. The most genius, defensible. So genius that I wrote a joke PhD thesis and took the time to add in humor, which is page 5 on your notebook, the 5th epiphany. Larry, you're hilarious, and I dig your confidence, but I'm a little lost. Well, page 4, I don't know what it is, but I do know what page 5 is. Page 5 is the 5th epiphany. Refer to your notebook. Tell me what's on page 3. Think of these videos as a scout team NFL that's previewing this pop quiz for millions of dollars. Because when you're in Santa Clara on Wednesday, day number 68 of the hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl's in San Francisco. They just call it Santa Clara. Kind of like the New York Giants play in New Jersey. Hashtag Victoria's Secret, page 7. Page 5. Do you see how the stuff's getting confusing in a hurry? This is why you need to map your money on Twitter. If you don't have a map, if you don't put pen to paper, you're going to get the details mixed up, because getting a rich person where you deliver, that's segment 1. That's segment 1. Student athlete, UIUC. This is what makes football complicated, is when an assistant coach or an assistant video coach tells you during the position team meeting, hey, this is what I noticed about the opposition. This is something you're going to need to be aware of come Sunday. Today is Monday. I told you this on Monday and Wednesday. Will you use it to win on Sunday? That's what makes playing football so hard, is that you're playing 4D chess, 5D chess, full contact. This is page 5, the 5th epiphany. This is on page 5. 4 steps to the epiphany, Steve Blank. Jeffrey Moore, Cross the Chasm. Mark McCormack, What They Don't Teach You at Harvard Business School. Alexander Ostrander, Business Model, which is also segment 2, day 22. Hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Eric Ries, Lean Startup, which we've now replaced with Dan Olson's book, Chapter 11, Case Study. Dan Olson's book, Product Management Handbook, the Lean Product Management, the Product Management Handbook. It's basically Eric Ries' book, but executed. Dan Olson wrote that book. That's page 5. What are you making the $800 from? You're making the $800 from page 1, which is, write this down or don't write it down, you pick. I am hilarious, but I'm not joking. Page 1, which is page 42, which is a 19-minute video that I did. I think you were there for my 19-minute video where all I did was blow my nose for 19 minutes. That's page 42, blowing your nose. But how do most people blow their nose? How do most people blow their nose? Honk, and then nothing really comes out, and then they just mouth breathe. That's how a CPAP blower of nose blows. This is how to blow your nose for 19 minutes. This is $10 million or $0 or $800, which is blowing your nose for 19 minutes in a yoga class with Larry Chang. This is my video encapsulated in 2 minutes. That's it. I do that for 19 minutes. I don't think I even talk in that video. That's page 1, which is that methodology of breathing, that protocol for breathing. It's called Nadi Shodhana breathing. You see, your nasal passages, they work better after you do Nadi Shodhana breathing. Most fat people who are sleep apnea, they can maybe do that for 2 minutes. I can do it for 57 minutes, and I will charge you $8,000 with a straight face. Why? Is it because I got confidence? No, because I'm not charging you for my time. I'm charging you $13 million to meet your grandchild and attend their wedding. Would you pay me $10 million so that way you can go to your grandchild's wedding? Would you? Because if you don't go, I don't get paid. That's my level. But what's your level? Because you're just trying to go from Phoenix, Scottsdale to the Super Bowl on day number 70. How do I calculate 70? There are 31 days in December. There are 31 days in January, allegedly. February 8 is 8 plus 31 plus 31. That's day 70. You can even do day 67 because the kids love 6-7. What are you doing on day 67? You're doing CPAP awareness. Are you selling other people's CPAP? You're running an external API. You're getting home field advantage in Santa Clara. You do these things before day number 67. You do them day 23. What's day 23? Day 23 is December 23, which is tomorrow. So today and tomorrow, you spend not even 2 hours to do hashtag HTG, HFA, OTR, while you do hashtag EUTWM, PPM, as you do a LTMV, BP. Brake, hike, turbo hike. What is an LTMV BP? It's a less than minimum viable blog post. You see, I have great energy delivering this content. Why? Because this content, it's evergreen. This probably will work until time ends. What's EUTWM PPM? Engineer up a tidal wave of momentum, perpetual promotion machine. How many people going to the Super Bowl are going to write a blog post about how they self-funded their trip, AKA a free vacation? How many people are going to do that? Actually, a good number, because people write emails to their boss saying, hey, I need to go to the World Series. I need to go to the World Series of football in order to perform business. I need to go to the Super Bowl because I have business at the Super Bowl. I'm going to need to be there February 3rd through February 9. Some of these companies aren't going to go unless their city's football team goes to the Super Bowl. Right now there are 13 or so eligible teams. We're not going to know who's going to go to the Super Bowl until January 24, approximately. We're not going to know. We're not going to know who's going to go to the Super Bowl. We can benefit from that. Why? Because page 4, you're welcome. Page 4 is how to rent out your rental. How do you rent out your rental? You get 4 hotel rooms reserved for less than $200. And then right now the price is low while not having to pay up front. We're not having to pay up front, which is also why flying commercial sucks, because when you fly private, you just pay for the gas when you fly. When you fly commercial, you got to prepay the round trip. What? Why would I prepay the round trip? That's just how airlines work. How does a hotel room work? You don't pay until you leave. You don't pay for a hotel room until you leave the hotel room. Is that a great deal? Hells yeah. Some hotels even let you cancel 6 p.m. day of. Why is a hotel gonna let you cancel? Because the room that you reserved at $114, they can now sell for $500. This is page 4. This is Santa Clara, Palo Alto, San Francisco, which is the Hyatt. I bet the rooms there don't cost $800 yet. That's page 4. Do you see how, sure, handing out green tea to make you aware of better utilization for your CPAP, which is pack your CPAP in your luggage. Don't be so demoralized where you don't even pack your CPAP. You don't even pack your college textbooks. I know I'm just gonna go home for Christmas vacation, and I know I'm not gonna study. Why am I even bringing my textbooks home? I know I'm not gonna use my CPAP machine. Why do I even bring it? Why do I even bring it? This is why there's free green tea to talk about page 1, which is Nadi Shodhana breathing, and page 11. Do you see how now we have page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, and page 11? What's page 11? Which is top 11 mistakes that I make with my CPAP machine. And I know you don't have a CPAP machine because you're blonde, you're 5'10" and hot. This is top 11 mistakes to make with a CPAP machine. You see, you're 5'8", blonde, pretty big boobs, and super physically fit. You don't have CPAP issues. This is why you and I will use Web 12 to do top 11 mistakes that CPAP owners face. Top 11 CPAP mistakes. Page 11. Page 11, point number 1. Am I making this up on the fly? Yeah. Which is not packing your CPAP machine, packing your CPAP machine. Number 2 is taking off my CPAP machine 3/4 of the way through the night. Nobody sleeps with their CPAP machine on all night. There are YouTube channels that are dedicated to showing a video, showing you a video of 8 hours of CPAP sleep. Called you after a cold call. Hashtag Victoria's Secret, page 7. Called you. Response. can I call you back at 1:12 your time? I'm about to step into a meeting. What we do after our cold call is not met warmly. That's all that matters. That's all that matters, which is what do you do after when they say, no, I'm not going to give you $8 million? What? No, that's too expensive. Cool. It sounds like you're fucking poor, okay? And it sounds like you don't love your granddaughter enough to watch her get married when she's 40. Currently, she's 29, okay? Currently, she's 29. I'm not marrying her. You're poor. This is what we're going to do for you since you're poor, because you don't have $8 million to give me. I'm going to show you how to do it without paying me any money. In fact, I already did. Have you seen page 13 of my notebook, which is how to do what page 42 does without having to pay $8 million or $800? That's page 13. Let me repeat page 13, because guess who taught this to me? Mark McCormack. Is this the most valuable video you've ever come across for tech sales and living life and getting a free vacation? Oh yeah. Page 13. You're mimicking how to do what Duck9 does without having to hire Duck9. $800? I'm not going to give you $800 to improve my FICO score. Oh, good. It sounds like you're poor. You can self-study it over on YouTube for $0, how to do what Duck9 does without having to hire Duck9. I'm serious. And I'm hilarious. What happened when I put the information out there for people? What happened? People go, oh crap. Oh crap. You see, psychologically, when I'm telling you I don't need your money, you say, oh my God, I gotta give you the money. This is why blondes with big boobs work so well. This is why. Because I don't need you to give me money. I need you to understand that I understand your problem way better than you do. This is why I'm giving you how to do what Larry Chang does without having to pay me $2.1 million for personal consulting. Because you could have just made $2.2 million on your own watching over 4,300 Larry Chang YouTube videos. You could have made that money on your own. Jadix Shuffle says hi. Samidia 120 says that's so true. It is so true. That's page 13. That's page 13. Expanding on a prior, page 13. Good job. Good job locking in. Page 13. When people say no to you, you don't say no to them back. That's what losers do. When people say no to you, say, oh, I'm so sorry that you're poor and I'm not. This is critical for selling stuff to rich people because it's not richness is relative. It's richness in how rich are you going to be? How rich are they going to be? When a rich person doesn't want to pay you what to you is 6 pennies, you tell them, look, I'm sorry you don't have 6 pennies, aka $8 million. I'm sorry you're poor. But this is how much I love you. I will give you 97% of the knowledge for free. I can't give you 100% of the knowledge because you're a retard and you're poor. Therefore, I'll give you 97% for free. Watch me jizz into your Gmail or Proton Mail or AOL/Hotmail/Apple user ID. Let me tidal wave 97, 98% of the knowledge. You're poor. This is how to do what Duck9 does without having to hire Duck9. I can't give you 100% of it because you see, I'm continuing to learn because I'm a MF expert in, well, I'm an expert in entrepreneurship. I'm an expert in venture capital. I'm an expert helping people learn that $0 is the most powerful number. So I'm willing to give you all this that I know, which is 98%. I'm willing to give you 96, 97% for free. Where? Here on YouTube. Do you guys understand my business model now? Is I don't need to make money from poor people. I'm more than happy to give you 98%. But the rich people, once they hear this, they're like, oh, no. I'm going to need to know everything that you know, plus all the shit that you're going to learn in the next 12 months. I'm going to pay you. Does that make sense now? Hey, would you like to give me 800K? No. Oh, cool. Parentheses, sounds like you're poor. Sounds like you're a little bit resource strapped right now. I don't know how that goes. But let me do you this giant favor. Let me show you what I'm gonna do without you paying me. This is how to do what, insert your name. I've had people literally say, oh, how to do what Duck9 does without having to hire Duck9. And people are like, what's Duck9? And they're like, Larry, I said what you told me to say. I'm like, no, you don't say Duck9. You say, yes, you can do LA February 14, 2027. Yes. I've had people say, I said what you told me to say. What I'm telling you to say is how to do what your name. So if you're Lori McBigBoobs, you say how to do what Jennifer Victoria does without having to hire Jennifer or Victoria for 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. How to do what Betty McBigBoobs does without having to hire Betty McLargeBoobs. I can do this all day. How to do what Miss California does without having to hire Miss California Betty Sue. How to do what Miss California Mackenzie does without having to hire Mackenzie Miss California, aka my future ex-girlfriend or past ex-girlfriend, I can't tell who's coming or who came. How to do what email publish post does without having to hire email publish post. How to do what on-campus marketing concepts does without having to hire Larry Chang to execute the company that screwed him out of his sales bonus. True story. I am the Jew Business Administrator, JBA. Jedi or Jew? I can't remember which one it is. It's the answer to when a Jewish person screws you out of money, is you say, thank you. Thank you, that felt amazing. I didn't need that money anyway. Are you poor? It sounds like you're poor if you needed to screw me out of money. We're still on page 13. Is this the best video you've ever watched? Don't panic. This video isn't ending. I don't need your subscribe. I don't need your love. I don't need your boob pictures that are your boob selfies. I do appreciate them, but I don't need them. How to do what email publish post does without having to hire email publish post. How to do what WordPress does without having to pay Matt Mullenweg $0 to do WordPress. Are these hilarious jokes for page 13? They're the most hilarious. Let's recap in case you're lost. This notebook, it's $50,000 or 50 units of money. Are you in? No, absolutely not. Cool. Sounds like you're a little resource strapped and you don't think I just tried to give you $8 million for $50,000. Sounds like that. But here's the good news. Here's the good news. I went ahead and wrote it out called How to Do What This $85,000 Notebook Does Without Having to Buy My $85,000 Notebook. I went ahead and wrote that out. I think it's on page 13. I think it's also on page 1. You see, now the person, if they are rich, they're going to be like, that CPAP machine you were trying to sell me, or that CPAP blog post on page 11. I know I said no before. Tell me again what I get. Oh, what you're going to get is all of this value and you're going to get your money back. What? What? Speak to me, because I thought I just heard you say you're going to give me my money back. Yeah. This is the reverse rebate model. This is so counterintuitive that once you do it once, you're going to be like, I'm unstoppable. I can do anything. Walk me through what I'm paying you for. I'm totally lost right now. Cool. You're going to pay me exorbitant sum of money, and I'm going to refund your exorbitant sum back in 2 tranches, 50% and 50%. Why? Because you're just fucking around and you're going to get rich. Fagger. Fuck around, get rich. F-A-F-O. That's not super fun, okay? That's like, oh, let me see if I can kidnap Larry and steal his Bitcoin. That's F-A-F-O, where all the people that you're in cahoots with, they end up faggering you, which is F-A-G-R. Fuck around, get rich. Fagger. That's what we're executing. Brady. Brady loves money. Brady loves money. Does Brady make more money than you? Honest question. Does Tom Brady, the dog, not the human, make more money than you? If you're wondering what I do, I turn around people like Tom Brady, the human. I turn around corporations. I turn around using Fagger. Fuck around, get rich. Are we gonna make a lot of money? Fagger. Fuck around, get rich. We are. This is what we're doing. Yeah, that CPAP machine I'm talking about, I'm not gonna sell you a CPAP machine, but I'm gonna sell you an exercise, a yoga exercise that I learned from Larry Chang. I think it's called Nadi Shodhana breathing. I think it's on page 42 of James Nestor's book. That's what you wrote down on page 1. I think it's page 42. Do you own James Nestor's book? Yeah, actually I do. Why? Because fat people who are sleep apnea, somebody gave them that book, somebody bought them that book, they own that book because they've heard the podcast 7 times. Have you ever met a person who's heard a podcast 6, 7 times and then still taken 0 action? It turns out rich people are a lot like you guys. They heard the Joe Rogan, James Nestor podcast. They heard Larry Chang talk about James Nestor 50 times. Guess who heard it twice and took action? That would be Kirby Chang, a hustling mother scratcher. He goes, Larry, I've heard you mention this book twice. I'm gonna buy that book. Can we study, buddy? Kirby Chang. Is that a real person? Yeah. 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 He's got a profile picture of a tricolor Australian Shepherd who curiously looks like this. His name's Bear. He's got 3 colors, Merle, black and white. He's got cute little eyebrows. He's got cute little Merle, which is that tricolor. It's that reddish brown. It's so cute. So cute. Kirby hears me talk about James Nestor's book twice, and he's like, I gotta buy this book. You've talked about it twice. No pressure if it's gonna take you 13 more times for me to mention page 42. This is how to sell for $800. There's an exercise to do 19 minutes a day. It'll give you 10 years of life. Let me repeat your sales pitch, because CPAP is those retarded people who watch YouTube videos and fall asleep. People think that a CPAP machine is just falling asleep and the exercises just do themselves. People who fall asleep to YouTube videos, if my views spike, I'm gonna be pissed because some people are watching YouTube videos to fall asleep. If that's you in my audience, do this with your hand, okay? Do this with your hand. Put your pinky, roll the pinky, okay? And now put your thumb over these fingers, okay? Now take that, okay, and punch yourself in the face 5 times if you're doing that with my videos. Is this a wake-up call? I hope, hot girl, that you're listening to this, masturbating, versus listening to this at night in bed, not touching yourself, trying to fall asleep to this. And then if you're flogging your dolphin and trying to fall asleep to this, double punch. Not punch in the face like punching and effing, like Californication. I'm talking about just punch yourself in the face, skip flogging dolphin. And if you're a hot girl who's related to me, I don't want to know that you watch my videos. Don't like, don't comment. Just type it into YouTube, Larry Chang, because because if I'm doing crowd relation management software, I'm not going to know that we're related because you're probably using an alias because you're a Chang family woman. And if I see super hot Chinese girls, I'm going to be like, ooh, she's hot. And then we're going to have an Auntie Stella situation. You guys know the Auntie Stella situation. Yeah, where Auntie Stella showed up in a bikini. And Auntie Stella, she did not look like an auntie. Oh no. No filters, two-piece. True story, co-founder's wife was super angry at my Facebook. Super angry. I'm like, why are you super angry? Oh, because there's hot women in Larry's feed. Oh, there are. It's a shit show of hot women. But I'm curious, which hot women were you talking about? The hot women that my co-founder's cunty ex-wife pointed to was Auntie Stella. I'm like, show me the picture. Show me the picture in question. Show me the picture in question that I'm always hanging out with sluts. Show me the picture in question. Auntie Stella. Technically, she's not even an auntie, but whatever. She's an auntie. Show me the picture. Show me the picture. That's why you always want to ask for evidence. Because if I would have just been like, yeah, I am in a lot of pictures. Hi, Larry. Great voicemail. I feel a little slighted giving this new information that you love voicemails and you have not left me one yet, but I'll forgive it. That's how to close a deal via Larry Chang. That's how to close a deal. Auntie Stella, this is why we ask, hey, can you show me what you're talking about? LOL. Segment, applying knowledge coming up. A quick putty break. You are hilarious. You are funny. Funny. Most of the time, women aren't funny. Do you realize this? You're funny. Wait, you think women aren't funny? Why? Tell me, why don't you think women are funny? Yeah. Wait, say that second part again. Do you want to hear Victoria's Secret? So this is answering your question. This is answering your question. Wait, so you said, wait, men want women with a good sense of humor to laugh at their jokes. And then women want what now? Women want somebody who makes them laugh. Okay. But then that doesn't answer the question, which is, why aren't women funny to... Interesting. So this is Victoria's Secret, and this is me having to take notes on your genius shit, which is led off by you're funny. So Victoria's Secret is the reason men have to be funny and women can kind of get away with not is men are funny because that's being anticipatory, that's being proactive, that's also how money gets made is I rushed ahead, I know how this joke ends because I'm writing the joke. Because if you look at money and why people make money, it's I'm solving your problem before you even know to ask. Or, hey, is this a problem? And then guys will be like, yeah, I have a CPAP machine, I never use it. And then you solve that problem and then you get rich. Yeah. She has, okay, so Victoria, everyone's like, no one ever asks, hey, what are Victoria's Secrets? They don't. They're just like, oh, I have a credit disaster there. I got 3 free bras. So when we met yesterday, how did you come to have a Victoria's Secret bag? Is that vintage or did you just get it? Because that was nice. Do you see how I'm asking genius questions? Because when I saw that, I'm like, this shit is vintage. Their new stuff doesn't look like that. Okay, so because this is going to be amazing, right? Okay, when you say good eye, what eye was it good for? An eye for details, right? Because that bag is 20 years old or 10 years old, right? When was the last time you went to Victoria's Secret? Think about that. Did you see the Victoria's Secret fashion show that was 7 months? You did? What did you think of it? But you didn't love it, right? Have you ever seen a Victoria's Secret fashion show that you're like, oh my God, this is my jam. I'm going to put this in my YouTube playlist. Am I asking too many Victoria's Secret questions? I'll stop. We can just talk about New Year's Eve or how was your, did you fly to EWR? The country code, the city code, the airport code for New Jersey, EWR, or you flew into JFK? Yeah. So, like, do you live in like Cherry Hill or do you live in, shut up. You do? That's the only city I know in New Jersey other than Jersey City. Because I know Jersey City. Get it? Because it's Jersey City. It's basically EWR. But you flew into Philadelphia, and the only New Jersey city I know that, because it's related to Wharton, is, yeah. Okay, so can I be honest with you? So my first boss worked in Cherry Hill. And he was like, oh, you're amazing. I'm going to give you this bonus. Just work your butt off. And guess what happened to my bonus? Guess. Yup. And then I was like, Dad, to my dad, I'm like, I just got screwed. I got fucked out of my bonus. My dad, guess what my dad said to me? If you're not getting screwed twice a year, are you even important enough? I'm like, what new human am I talking to? Because old Tom Chang would have been like, oh, that's too bad. What the fuck are you doing side hustling while you're in engineering school? But he was like done with that. He was like, you're a douchey business guy now. Let me talk to you like a douchebag. I'm like, what? What did you say? He's like, if you're not getting fucked twice a year, Larry, are you even important? And I'm like, what? He's like, how's engineering school going? I'm like, great and also not great. He's like, why don't you focus on getting screwed again? And I'm like, what? Like, I shouldn't try to go get this money back? And he's like, no, you should try to get screwed again. Click. Yeah. And I'm like, who am I talking to? Because old dad would have been like, oh, that's really bad. You're bad. You deserve it. You deserve to get screwed. That's what maybe he would have said at least. But instead he was like, what? Just once? Aim for twice, kid. Aim for twice. And that was Cherry Hill, Michael Pools. And I'm like, okay. He ends up going to federal jail for screwing someone else. He ends up going to the federal penitentiary. Is that craziness? Yeah. So that's why I know Cherry Hill. What was your delay in Austin like? What was your delay like? What did you do? Was this US Air? Oh. Did they fly direct into Philly? Interesting. And then they let you bring a roadie? This is why I asked, because this is why I asked. Because guys like me get tossed and blacklisted for a roadie. Like, you'd always think that you get listed negatively because of performance. 90% of the time, it's because you're traveling with alcohol. It's, well, not blacklisted, but definitely listed where they're like, we need to like body scan this passenger. Okay. What are you gonna do with your vacation time, end of year? Can you get to Miami? Do you work for the airline? You do not. You do not. Okay. I'll get you those details. They're super easy. What is your strategy for getting on an airplane with your roadie? You put it in a Yeti. Have you always had Yeti, or are you... Did you say Yeti because now you're all Austin, or how did you do Yeti? Shut up. Because do you see how Yeti sells you things that cost $3 for $60? Because you already love it. You already love it. You're gonna buy $3 grand worth of shit that only costs Yeti like $100. You realize this, don't you? Why? You're promoting it, but you're... This is what people say versus what people do. Okay. Okay. What did you think when we first said hi? Aside from the hugging, what was, like, why do we get along? Are you trying to woo me by calling me cute? Because I don't ever get cute. Wow. You know what? New Year's Eve does sound like a thing. I'm going to put some plans together. I'm going to let you stay on schedule for your day. I will, you know what? I'll try to call you later on tonight. Okay, see you. Okay. How to close by telling the hot guy he's cute. By juxtaposing hot and cute, this is how to woo a hot girl, which is cute girls want to be hot girls want to be cute. People who are book smart want to be street smart. People who are street smart, we want to be book smart. A person who's both book smart and street smart is difficult. Did I hang up that call before I got a Woody while holding Brady? Yeah, because that would be fagger. Fuck around and get rich, juxtaposing the, do you want to get down now? You didn't want to get down when I was at a quarter chub. Just kidding. It was 1/9 chub. Chub chub. Street smart, book smart, cute, hot. Exit strategy for a hot girl conversation. Do we have a problem applying knowledge? This is the perfect transition. You saw a cold call. You saw a cold call. You also saw how to close a deal with Larry Chang over voicemail. I don't know that this is page 6 because I don't know what your pages are so far. What's on your page 11? This is a pop quiz. If you don't view the Super Bowl party like it's a pop quiz, you're going to not make it. NGMI, as the kids are saying, not gonna make it. When you don't make it, you'll only have yourself to blame. Tell me what's on page 1. Tell me what's on page 3. Page 1 is page 42. Mushy, mushy, mushy. Perfect segue into, can you memorize stuff and write it down? Why don't you write it down? That way you can memorize it and then write it down for other people. Is this notebook now worth at least $14? Is this notebook not worth more dollars? You see, you watched a girl who's hot sell me on her. She knows I'm hot, but she calls me cute. Do you see how that's a sales skill? Because she's one of the rare few girls who are hot that wants a hot guy, but understands that they want to be called cute. This is not her first rodeo with a hot guy. Is this your first rodeo trying to get rich people to pay you? It feels like it might be. This is how to get to dollar number 1. This is how to get to dollar number one. This is how to get to dollar number one. Playing Jenga over here. Playing Jenga. So lecture 19, which is page 19, that's personal business plan. Is that Tom Kosnick, lecture 19, personal business plan? It is. You see, people ask me, Larry, are you ever going to settle down? I'm going to date just 6 or 7 more Victoria's Secret models, then I will settle in for the big snooze. You get to benefit. Because I actually do wake up like this. I actually do wake up like this. Larry, how many Victoria's Secret models have you dated already? What you need to ask yourself, Brittany, what are you doing? What you need to ask yourself is, did I meet her before she was a Victoria's Secret model? Did I meet her before? Did I meet her before? Or did I meet her after? Or does dating me help you do looks maxing and then it clicks and then Victoria's Secret says, oh my God, you're older than 22, you're younger than 23, you're gonna be perfect. You're gonna be perfect. You're gonna be perfect to sell Victoria's Secret clothes. Let's continue to make one more dollar. Page 19 is free to you. This is your personal business plan. Make $1. It's the equivalent of doing one push-up. Matt Mullenweg with Tim Ferriss. It's the equivalent of the analogy, which is sofa to 5K. Attitude. I can make money, I just don't care about money. That's your vibe, which is I can make money, I don't care about money, therefore you get more money because now you can just hunt problems. You can just seek after problems. You can just smoke show step 1, gold 1, which is making $1 is the Mount Everest of YouTube. Because YouTube, it's people who don't make money, don't know how to make money, talking to people that will never make money. That's YouTube in a nutshell. How real did this video just get? Larry, if they don't know how to make money, what are they doing? They're selling you a workshop on how they used to make money. Why would you do that? Because making money, it's like humor, it's running ahead. Using old strategies to make money is kind of possible, but it needs to be a live action business case study. And I laugh because those are free too. Hashtag LABCS3373. You're a live action business case study. You see, a workshop is a static situation where use ancient shit that probably is not gonna work. That's a torpedo running towards Alex Hormozi. Which is, Alex Hormozi did come up with some genius shit. It was just buried inside his first and best book, Gym Launch. His recent books are books to sell you on a workshop. books that encourage you to do sales and distribution, those books don't sell very well because you're getting people to do distribution and sales. Let me repeat that because that's also page 6. Page 11. No, I don't want to buy it from you. Cool. How to do what Duck9 does without having to hire Duck9. This is step 1, goal 1, which is the Mount Everest of YouTube, which is, can you watch a free video and make $575,000? Can you watch a free video and make $575,000? Can you watch a free video or read a free book at the library and make $275,000? This is not the we got kicked out of 109 nightclubs for being awesome. This is the goal of making $1 is the Mount Everest of YouTube. Because most people on YouTube rely on an algorithm to show them food porn that causes you to programmatically program your brain to doing what? Programmatically program your brain to buy and borrow money that you don't have for food that you could have made. Let's program not one line of code. Let's program one line of code to run our brain. Let's, you and I, try to have a goal that is the Mount Everest of YouTube, which is, let's watch one YouTube video and make $1. I'm not talking about my video or even an old video, and I'm definitely talking about this video, but I'm also talking about let's use somebody else's video. Because I'm done trying to get you to watch one of my videos and for you to make $1, aka $14. Why is it the Mount Everest? What is it? 9,000 people out of 7 billion have climbed Mount Everest, right? What is it? 9,000? Some pretty low number. Well, guess what? An even lower number have financially benefited from YouTube. If you just made $1, you would make more money than half of Silicon Valley startups that actually never make money. Mike Judge, Beavis and Butthead. Mike Judge, he wrote a hilarious comedy called Silicon Valley. And Russ Hanneman, the fictional character, he goes, we're talking about making revenue? No. No revenue, okay? No revenue, because we want to try to make $1 billion. We don't want to make a small amount of money, a small amount at a time. We want to make $1 billion. This is why startups in Silicon Valley die. And this is why startups would laugh at me, because I love small ball. I love the beginning of things. I love the excitement of money virginity. Like, you're no longer gonna be a money virgin. No longer. You're gonna make $1 on YouTube. Let me know of a non-fictional video that we can study, so that way we can be video clubbing at a YouTube. It's like 2 girls, 1 cup, but 2 people watching 1 video. I know you want to do a Larry Chang video. I will not allow that because no bank account No Venmo, Mount Everest. Oh, no bank account, Mount Everest. No Venmo, Mount Everest. No way to accept $1. If you have a bank account, you've done 90% of the work. Because a lot of people on YouTube don't have an American bank account to accept money. That's why that Jugad, those Indian scammers, they don't have a bank account to accept this money. That's why they have to FedEx cash around and gift cards and weird shit. No Venmo. This is why scamming money is actually much, much, much harder than it is to legitimately make money. This is what they don't teach you at India Institute of Technology, ditto the entire continent of Africa. I don't make these jokes up. These jokes, they just write themselves. Mount Everest. The goal of making $1 means you scaled Mount Everest of YouTube, which is you're one of the few people who could make a profit spending $0. The G-spot of $1 is right below the hood. You may not believe that G-spots are real. The G-spot of $1 is right at 0. You're close. I have a video on how to eat a grapefruit. I show people where G-spots are on the grapefruit. Negative money. Remember, this is how to make $1 on YouTube. What is negative money? Negative money is segment number 4 under make $1. What was segment number 2? That would be business model. Segment 1 is, hey Larry, do you wake up like that? Segment 3 is cold calling for women during a YouTube live, cold calling. What happens when she doesn't pick up? You don't panic. You say thank you for not picking up, and then you don't send a voicemail, you send a text. This is the text I sent to get a call back. Called you, period. Hashtag Victoria's Secret, page 7. It's not nobody knows what I'm talking about. It's, oh, she knows what I'm talking about. She'll figure it out soon. Segment 3, calling a Victoria's Secret related person who may or may not be a model in the future. We'll see how she does with Larry Maxing. What's Larry Maxing? Are you just making stuff up? It's looks maxing. It's kind of descriptive. Looks maxing. Basically what happens when you date somebody is you tend to begin to look like that person. And if that person that you're dating is super, 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 super hot, you end up looking hotter because now you're Larry Maxing. Can I make $1 off of that? Actually, you can. Actually, you can. Actually, you can. Because today is day number 22. You can. Because page 1 is, you actually can make money off of that. I'm not gonna accept your introductions. I'm not gonna date a hot girl just so she can be hotter, just so you can make money. That's not how we're gonna make money. We're gonna make money from the original question, which is, Larry, how do I benefit from that hilarious joke? And that's looks maxing, page 1, Nadi Shodhana breathing, page 42. So your page 1 goes to James Nestor's page 42, 500th time that I've mentioned breath. when you get this good at sales, why would I scam poor people when I can scheme James Nestor? What am I scheming with James Nestor? Have I even met him? Oh, I've met him all right. What did I do when I met him? I sold him his own book. Larry, you're going to have to stop telling jokes because I'm making too much money. So you're going to say after 7 orgasms, you don't want number 8? I don't think you have a choice. James Nestor, selling him his own book. Do you realize that I've used page 42 of your book multiple times? Mr. Nestor, there's this concept within breathing that's amazing that I one time read. It's this concept that was expanded into a yoga class. This book is amazing. It's a book similar to your book, all about breathing. And I want to say it's actually a yoga concept that I learned at my yoga class because I was teaching it at a yoga class called Nadi Shodhana breathing. I think it was page 42. Making an author jealous of your bibliography is some Jedi in business and administration stuff. What do I mean by Jedi? I mean being able to conjure up something from nothing. Have you ever heard Wade Phillips? Basically, he was talking about his father when he said, the coach could take your team and beat his team with your team. He can also take your team and beat him with his team. Now, if that's confusing to you, what we're doing here is I'm taking his team, his book, and I'm beating him with his own book. That's Wade Phillips, that's Bum Phillips, which is Bum Phillips. He could beat you with your guys. He can beat your guys. He can also beat his own team with your guys. This is the culmination of playing chess, where we switch positions and I'm gonna win that game too, even though you think I'm currently losing. This is the ability to sell them their own book. That's Wade Phillips, Bum Phillips, Larry Chang, Tom Chang. You see, Tom Chang is Larry Chang's dad. And that example of, hey dad, somebody from Cherry Hill, New Jersey was screwing me out of kind of a lot of money. I thought my dad was going to give me some straightforward advice. I didn't know that my dad was trying to give me some lifetime advice, which is, son, if you're not getting screwed twice, are you even important enough? Why is this a JBA, a Jew in business administration? Because when a Jew or anybody screws you for money, you don't scream ethnic slurs. They just needed the money more than you because they're a rich, poor person. They're a poor, rich person. You got screwed because you're gonna be more rich than them. Let's try to get screwed a second time. This is what you're doing that's counterintuitive, incredibly street smart and true, which is why I douche tithe, meaning I'm so good with money that I'm willing to just give you $575K you buying me a Rolex is purely optional. How I get away with charging you $2 million for consulting, for private consulting, pay it after you make $2.05 million. Feel free to screw me. Feel free to screw me. Ditto, how to sell their book back to them. Would you like to join my book club? I'll brush you. I'll brush you. I won't sell you bathwater, but I will sell you Brady hair. You can clone him. You can clone him. Here's some of his DNA right here. By offering to clone my dog, by realizing nature nurture, by selling their book back to them, we're talking about negative money, the black hole. I don't want you to worship me. I want you to realize that negative money, Bermuda Triangle, your phone is breaking your brain. I'm solving your brain's brokenness. I'm solving your brain's brokenness. I even took the time to make this technical content hilarious by singing you a country song. Welcome to Toy Story 5's unofficial sequel, unofficial song. Your phone's not so smart, it's really just breaking your brain. Negative money, pitfall, aimless videos. Videos that make you think you're thinking, they're aimless. Videos where you actually are accountable to doing something, those videos are special and unviewed. Negative money, brain test, default communist. Default communism is where you're hoping for this truth to not be true, which is your sugar daddy is making you go bankrupt. This counterintuitive truth to be true, ask anybody in Miami. The government offering to give you free shit is default communist. Negative money. Third world, it's here. It's here. Here's some solutions. Make $1 using an ebook. What's an ebook? It's a book about what is Web 12 ebook. It's 12 Larry Chang videos, IP in the ether, selling that ebook for 30 bucks. How do you even generate that ebook? That would be Gemini 3. That would be hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Day number 65, connected to day 22. This is page 1 of your notebook. You're welcome. Am I like this all the time? Yeah, that's why I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires. Make $1 on one 9-page PDF. Let me repeat that. You're welcome. Make $1 on a 9-page PDF? Larry, am I gonna have to read white papers and then turn around a shitcoin doing hashtag shitcoin turnaround? No. Which is make $1 on a 9-page PDF. Did you just now learn what Web 5 is? That's the 9-page PDF. That was written on 10/31/2008. Why? Because somebody was really upset at Barack Obama, a Democrat acting like a Republican, socializing the losses for bankers. Somebody got pissed. Somebody got screwed. Somebody has a JBA that somebody is named Satoshi Nakamoto. Can you make $1 on a 9-page PDF? Because if you can't make $1 tying the 9-page PDF to Japanese interest rates spiking, that means going higher, to today, day 22, to day 5 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. The reason you make $1 is it worth $50,000 for you to avoid bankruptcy? People who have negative money are just like, I don't even have enough money to declare bankruptcy. But rich people are constantly into one thing, which is capital preservation. Therefore, can you make $1 on a 9-page PDF? Is this where you're going to use an ice cream sandwich? Because green tea is CPAP. Ice cream sandwich is Bitcoin. If you learn about Bitcoin, you pay a person an ice cream sandwich. If you learn about a CPAP machine, you get paid a cup of green tea. How much does a cup of green tea cost? Ooh, by talking about this green tea, I'm getting kind of thirsty for some. Because what we're talking about is, how do you make $1 on YouTube? Because once you make $1, you'll have scaled Mount Everest. Because very few people have ever made money with their YouTube account. Very few. This is how to make $1, and then now you can quit feeling pressure because you now made $1 selling a 9-page PDF that exists. Here's how to make that $1. People don't know that that's Web 5. They don't know it. They don't know it yet. Bitcoin people say, we are so early. Where does the ice cream sandwich come in? The ice cream sandwich comes in because cookies rule everything around me. Well, not me, because I am the cookie monster who does not eat cookie. I am the heterosexual male that does not eat vagina. Until 10th year of marriage, that's how I'm freaky. So a cookie monster that doesn't eat cookies will do what Mandrick does with baklava, which is he'll give you free baklava, but he's not gonna eat his baklava because it's got sugar. That's an ice cream sandwich. Is cookies rule everything around me. You change the C to a B, Bitcoin. Bitcoin rules everything around me. Would you like a free ice cream sandwich if you purchase 6.15 Bitcoin? Have you even read the 9-page PDF? How you make $1 is, people don't know that the 9-page PDF, that's Web 5. That's me mentoring Satoshi Nakamoto. That's Web 4, Web 3, Web 5, and Web 12. If you can't make $1,000 by explaining to people this 9-page PDF is Web 5, you're not even trying. Because if people don't want to know what Web 5 is, you just discovered that they were not able to save $6.15 $100. They're never going to be able to save 6.15 Bitcoin. If a person can't benefit from knowing what Web 5 is, they won't buy your 9-page PDF explaining that this 9-page PDF is Web 5. They won't. If they won't do that, they also won't care about the fact that you explained to them Web 12. So can you make $1 on a 9-page PDF? You can choose to sell them Web 5 or choose to sell them Web 12. Either one is $1,000. But wait, Larry, why would they buy it for $1,000? Because they don't pay you $1,000 until they make $6,000. If they can't make $6,000, that means they've never saved $6,150. So all you're doing is running ahead and you're being smart and funny, which is in the future. Make $1 on a dumbed down version of Web 12. This is perfectly on script. Make $1 on a joke. I think we've covered a good amount of humor. Let's make some jokes about Web 4. You see, the 9-page PDF, that was in reaction to fiat. Because Block 1, January 2009, had Chancellor announces another bank bailout. That's why Web 5 got invented, because Web 4 was going crazy. You benefit from explaining to people the 3, the 4, and the 5. You benefit from that. Look, it's right here. It's literally right here. What's 19? What's 19? That's chapter 19. What's 15? That's right there. Speed reading, fiat pussy. What's 6.15? That's mining fiat. What's 10? That's Satoshi Nakamoto's 9-page PDF, page number 10. Larry, what's on page 10? Hold that thought, because I can't hold my bladder. Web 5, page 10. Do you remember before where we were talking about a bibliography? That's page 10, is you're adding a page to Satoshi Nakamoto's bibliography. I know these sound like they're just genius things that you can't understand, but just try, because The bibliography is page 10. It has one line, which is Nick Szabo bit gold. That's page 10. Because remember, we're talking about selling a 9-page PDF. Would you like to buy the missing 10th page? Would you like to buy the missing 10th page of the 9-page PDF? It's funny, it's profitable, it's genius, because people can't quite wrap their head around my brain. You get to profit from it because it's Web 12, it's Web 5, it's Web 4, Web 3. People in Silicon Valley have been embarrassed by me. I'm super helpful. I'm giving you Web 12 for free. Ditto, make $1,000 on Gemini 3. This is how to scale the Mount Everest of YouTube. Can you make $1,000 on Gemini 3? Let's go. Let's say you don't want to ever ask people for money. I get that. I get that. I don't get it, but I do, because you're not wanting to ask people for money, okay? Let's just accidentally make $1,000. Accidentally. Larry, now I'm in. I'm all about, what is it, self-directed? Passive income. I can't even say that word. Oh, Larry, you seem to make good money. Do you do passive income? All income is active, kind of like my horse. Oh, I'm getting hungry. No such thing as passive income. He's asking me if I want to write off the lunch. I kind of do. Making $1,000 on Gemini 3. This is how we're going to do it. These videos, you not taking paper notes. You're going to use Gemini 3 to say, Gemini 3, show me Larry Chang's YouTube on November 5. Combine it with all of his X posts, aka Twitter tweets, from November 5. Write that up into an essay. Gemini 3 will dutifully give that to you for $0. You then email it to me or your own website. This is Web 0 while you're doing Web 12. Because what you're doing is you're email publish posting your notes. Once you do 1,000 web pages, each web page will probably make about $1 every other year. Hey, I said it was $1,000. I didn't say it'd be overnight. I didn't say it was going to be overnight. This is how complaints.com works. Larry, are you the co-founder of complaints.com? No! I just helped complaints.com kick Naval Ravikant ePinion's ass. Because quantity has a quality all its own. Matt Smith, co-founder of Duck9, solo founder of Complaints, versus Naval Ravikant, kicking Silicon Valley's ass with Larry Chang's help. Web 5. Make $1,000 on Gemini 3. So what you're doing is you're taking these web pages, and they're just free on WordPress, and you're hoping that each web page makes $1. Is this the worst business model ever? Advertising? No, because you can sell an ebook that's your own ebook, because you don't want to rely on an outside advertiser, probably because they're also going to screw you. Just sell your own ebook. So you're making $1,000 on Gemini 3. The script is amazing, by the way. My script writer needs a big bonus. Ooh, $1. Make $1 for every class you sell for $0 called hashtag ENGR145. Eager newbies gaining revenue of $145. So you just charge, in fact, I'll pay you $1 for each person that you sell on that class, which is $0. Congratulations, you just scaled Mount Everest and you made Mount Everest money, which is, you made your YouTube account actually profitable. Book club at a dog park. Remember, this is make $1 on YouTube. What's book club at a dog park? How does that make money? You and I will do an AI video or a real video, which is book club at a dog park. I'm kind of turning myself on right now. You see, book club at a dog park is where you bring a book, dog optional, to a dog park. Book club at a dog park, now you're gonna sell a Cesar Millan Dog Whisperer book, or a Larry Chang Vagina Whisperer book, or Limitless. You pick, because you're just trying to make $1. You're just trying to make money at a dog park. Wait a minute, Larry. Are you saying I should go sell books at a dog park? I'm saying do book club at a dog park. Sell one SXSL ticket for $1. What's SXSL? It's South by South Lawn. Wait a minute. I've heard of this. Barack Obama started this. Yeah? Co-founded by Larry Chang. Started off as a joke. SXSL. You see, it's just South by Southwest, but Victoria's got a secret. Her secret is she tried to diversify and sell lingerie to chubby girls, but it turns out a lot of chubby females weren't buying a whole lot of lingerie. Body shaming isn't a thing when it's just a reaction. Sometimes people just aren't into it. Which is sell one South by South Lawn ticket. Sell one. Sell one. Sell one. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Tonight, some announcements. Tonight, there is a video that's EP2, which is funny videos I saw on YouTube. Is that going to be my breakout hit? Unfortunately, yes, and I almost feel embarrassed that it's as popular as it is. It's just funny videos that I saw on YouTube. I feel guilty. I feel guilty when stuff becomes too popular, I kind of like my channel micro tiny, because then it feels like I can give all the people who watch personal attention, personal intimacy. Because when this channel gets invariably too popular, I'm gonna not be happy the way I'm much happier right now with a small channel. What is an advantage to you is this. These strategies, they're temporary. These strategies that motivate you, I would get on it in a hurry. 2 Girls, 1 Cup of Knowledge, you can feel that that's just at the cusp of exploding. And if you've got an inkling to do one of these joke franchises, they'll absolutely change your life. Look at me and my stupid career. I used to not love ducks. Digital underground credit knowledge morphed into deeply understanding credit knowledge. Now DJ'd back into digital underground credit knowledge with the core concept of doing a turnaround where you don't need money to make money, where we did the Bumble turnaround, hashtag LABCS 1469. While we're doing a starfish, our starfish is getting dirty on the ground, which is hashtag LABCS 1459. Ditto the turnaround of AMC Movie Corporation, Sarah Fritz, who launched a movie above expectations, Silent Night, Deadly Night. If you'd like to see that movie in theaters Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, I will buy you 1 free ticket. Purchase that ticket and then pop a selfie in front of the movie poster, Silent Night, Deadly Night, and I, Larry Cheng, will give you 1 free movie ticket. I'll also give you 1 free share of AMC. SEC rules in adherence. I'll see you guys on the next video.